never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The chair of the House Committee on Intelligence says American hostages should have been among the first to be released by Hamas. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Republican Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio said the White House needed to make that a condition of the deal that has resulted in a temporary ceasefire. Turner acknowledged the likelihood that Hamas is deliberately delaying the release of American hostages to use them as leverage for bargaining. Bad weather could hamper post-Thanksgiving travel.
Snow in the Midwest could cause travel troubles for folks returning from the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. So far, more than 200 flights delayed, more than 20 canceled across the country. Those numbers expected to rise as the weekend rolls on. Utah, for example, could see more than a foot of snow.
Pope Francis delivered his Sunday prayer and message from the chapel of his Vatican residence instead of from the balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square today. The Pope's remarks were televised on a jumbotron, so he didn't have to venture outside in the cold while suffering from the flu. The 86-year-old Francis went to a Rome hospital Saturday for a scan that ruled out lung complications. The Pope is still scheduled to travel to Dubai later in the week to attend the UN Climate Change Conference. We all have and love leftovers from Thanksgiving, but how long do we have before we should toss them out if we haven't eaten them yet?
Everyone is reminded to be safe when eating Thanksgiving leftovers. According to the Department of Health and Human Services, that food can safely be eaten up to 4 days if it was properly refrigerated and not left out for more than a couple of hours. I'm Skip Kelly.
Good news for KISS fans. The KISS End of Road Tour is back on the road. The band had to cancel its final 2 shows in Canada on Friday because Paul Stanley was sidelined with a bout of the flu. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to Omaha omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A woman on methamphetamines tried to open the emergency door to a plane 10 hours into a Korean Air flight. The flight was over the Pacific when the 26-year-old woman, high on the stimulant, became paranoid and agitated and ran to the emergency exit door and tried to force it open. Passengers say flight attendants wrestled her to the floor and restrained her. Airport police took her into custody when the plane landed safely several hours later. Cops reportedly had her tested and determined she was high on methamphetamine. It's apparently the third time this year that a passenger has tried to open an emergency door on a Korean flight. The cost of eggs might be on the rise.
Due to a confirmed case of bird flu in a flock of 1.35 million chickens in Ohio's Union County, the U.S. Department of Agriculture has ordered the slaughter of all affected birds to contain the highly contagious virus, affecting several large egg farms in Iowa, Minnesota, and now Ohio. The widespread culling aims to control the virus spread, particularly among wild birds. I'm Skip Kelly.
A project manager, Tavis Rogers, fired by Newmont Mining Corporation for missing a COVID-19 vaccination deadline, has filed a lawsuit alleging religious discrimination. Rogers, employed for 7 months, raised concerns about the vaccination requirement issued in November 2021. He sought permission to work remotely. The company did not accommodate his request, leading to his termination. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At that point, I guess we can say the weekend is over. Another in the books. Hope your Thanksgiving weekend went well. Now it's all counting down to Santa Claus is coming to town, right? Oh my, welcome in, welcome aboard, gather around as we kick off a brand new week. The closing days of November. December is going to be knocking on the door here. And yes, let's face it, winter is here. Especially for those traveling, moving freight in the northern tier of the country. Better be starting to treat that fuel. We'll be hearing cases of fuel line freeze up. Get that Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with Winter Defense. Get it while you can. So it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. It's a rather chilly night outside the secret bunker. You know, it wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the wind. Because that's where we're going to have a lot of winds stretching from the Great Lakes into the Northeast. Meanwhile, you've got some heavy rain coming down in Northeast Pennsylvania, much of eastern New York. It's transitioning to some heavier snowfall when you get into upstate New York and portions of Vermont, New Hampshire. The big change is coming on. Let's start there with some of those last-minute stragglers trying to head back to the home 20 after the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. It's a big coastal storm right now, dousing the I-95 corridor from eastern Virginia all the way up into Maine as we make our way into a Monday here. This storm first strengthened off the coast of the Maryland and Delaware beaches this past afternoon, Sunday afternoon. It's kind of racing northeastward as we head into early Monday. This time frame right now, the heaviest rain focusing along the coastal areas, up to Rhode Island and eastern Massachusetts. Rainfall quarter to a half inch expected along the east coast from Atlantic City, New Jersey, all the way to Portland, Maine. Some areas may see in excess of an inch or more from New York City to southeastern New England. Obviously, further north, enough cold air is being pulled in out of Canada to allow for snow to mix in with the rain across portions of New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine. Overnight tonight, especially the higher terrain, a more widespread swath of 1 to 3 inches expected from the Adirondack Mountains of northern New York to northern New Brunswick in Canada. More than a half a foot of snow for the highest terrain there in New Hampshire and northwestern Maine. So for the ski resorts, northern Vermont, northern Maine, this will bring an early season boost for the snow bases there. But not all the impacts will be positive. Of course, as travel is a major concern, those headed back home to work after the holiday weekend. Later Monday morning, motorists on and east of the Interstate 91 most likely to see some of those delays and travel disruptions. Providence, Rhode Island, Boston, areas that will be a concern. A southward dip in the jet stream will allow much cooler air to pool across the Great Lakes and the Northeast through much of the upcoming week here. Temperatures forecast to dive into the teens in the interior Northeast, down into the 20s, closer to the Atlantic coast. But the winds, as I mentioned, it's feeling so much colder than the actual air temperatures, with the wind chills in the teens for the major cities, even feeling below zero in parts of the interior Northeast, especially Monday night into Tuesday morning. Get ready for some big-time lake effect snows, as this cold air rushing over the lakes will bring the first major lake effect snow for the season. Some areas will be looking at several feet of lake effect snows here. We do have lake effect snow warnings that will be kicking in some midday here, well, actually later Monday morning through the afternoon hours. This is going to be a Monday into Wednesday lake effect snow event. Some of these snow squalls obviously will bring near zero visibility, very difficult to travel. We'll probably be talking about some major pileups on the interstates in some of these heavier snow bands. Be prepared to drive accordingly. There's a growing concern that in addition to the snow showers encompassing much of the interior Northeast on Tuesday, these snow squalls may be more expansive compared to the rest of the lake effect event. As we know, those squalls are notorious for taking what seems like a typical cloudy day and suddenly you can't see. Difficult to see on the roads, especially those interstates. If you're going to be traversing portions of I-80, be prepared. Take caution while traveling early this week, especially on Tuesday. Now, let me take you some of those. I mentioned, though, those lake effect snow warnings. How much are we talking? First of all, from the Weather Service office in Buffalo, New York. This would include the cities of Jamestown, Olean, Orchard Park. Lake effect snow warnings kick in at 7 a.m. Eastern Time this morning and continue till Wednesday morning. They're talking 8 to 16 inches in the most persistent lake snows. Some areas up to 20 inches, but the winds blowing as high as 35 miles per hour. Let's move on down to Watertown and Lowville. That's where they're talking 1 to 2 feet of accumulation in those most persistent snows. Local amounts maybe 30 inches across the Tug Hill Plateau. Winds gusting to 35 miles per hour, so blowing and drifting snow. Now, that kicks in later on in the afternoon, 4 o'clock Monday afternoon to 7 a.m. Wednesday. We're not really seeing the lake effect snows yet, but the cold air rushing across the lakes, it's on the way. There are several other lake effect snow warnings, and obviously areas from western portions of Michigan, your typical northeast Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, on into upstate New York. We'll see some of the heaviest accumulation from lake effect snows. I'll give you more on that coming up here. But yeah, big weekend. Starting on Thanksgiving Day, I really had hopes that those Detroit Lions would give us a good show, a good game. That left a bit to be desired. They're a great team, but they just didn't really show up there on Thanksgiving Day. But some good NFL action there for Thanksgiving Day. Of course, everyone was highly anticipating college football this weekend. The game, as it was called. Ohio State versus Michigan. There's been a lot of smack talk out there, but as we all know by now, Michigan downs Ohio State 30-24. So what's that do with the playoff standings? What's based on the numbers I'm seeing right now, what they're expecting is things will shuffle out. Georgia took care of business over Georgia Tech. 31-23 was the final. So I'm seeing Georgia ranked at number 1. Michigan's win over Ohio State, Michigan, now showing at number 2. Washington remains undefeated. They took care of Washington State, albeit a very close game, 24-21, the final score. But now looks like Washington showing at number 3. Florida State over the Florida Gators, 24-15. I'm seeing Florida State now into the top 4. On down the line we go. Looks like Alabama, the Iron Bowl. It was 27-24 final score. Alabama on top. But they're showing 8th in the rankings, according to what I'm seeing here. Oregon is showing up at number 5 as they downed Oregon State 31-7. No problem there. Ohio State showing again at number 6 now, followed by the Longhorns. Texas trouncing Texas Tech 57-7, the final score there. I guess now it all comes up to the big question. How does Ohio State have any chance of maybe making their way into the playoffs, which ultimately they did last year, you recall, even with the loss to Michigan, but it's going to be a much more difficult path with so many ahead of them undefeated teams, as we just mentioned, Washington, Florida State there. Now you've got kind of a partial schedule coming up next weekend. Some of these championship games, obviously. Georgia versus Alabama. There's the big rivalry. Number 1 versus number 8. It'll be Oregon versus Washington. 2 top 5 teams. Washington right now at number 3. Oregon can see they make their way in, but they've got to take care of business. That'll be a Friday night game coming up December the 1st. Number 5, Oregon versus number 3, Washington. We'll break down some of the other big games. Of course, Michigan goes on for the championship game there versus Iowa. Yeah, number 18. That'll be a Saturday evening game, kind of the prime time, 8 p.m. Eastern time. But let me jump on over. Captain Ron was, I'm assuming, kind of very celebratory. Go Blue!
Go Blue! Greatest day of the week. Two. That makes it even better, right?
Yeah, if it does.
You know, I was so excited to come back to work today. You know what I did?
What'd you do?
I forgot to put on my work shoes, so I'm running around right now in a pair of Crocs. You can believe that?
Oh, boy. Yeah, that sounds like you, Captain Ron and his Crocs.
I forgot all about changing my shoes and didn't figure it out till I got to work. But did you watch the Dallas halftime show?
Yeah, how about that? Yes, Dolly.
Yeah. They brought out a cheerleader from their last Super Bowl win that sounded just like Dolly Parton. Couldn't believe it.
Now, was it just me, or was it she was having a hard time keeping her footing? It seemed like she kept holding on to the wall behind her. I don't know if it was because the stage might have been rocking, out there, because they're not very sturdy, or what the case might have been.
Yeah, maybe, but she's 77 years old.
Why, yes, that's true. Right?
I mean, and I don't know, was she wearing heels?
Yes.
Probably wearing heels.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
I hope I can move around that good when I'm 77. Be nice if I could look that good, but I'm not a girl, so
right.
Maybe that's out of the question. But, yeah, I guess the wife had a good time. She didn't get too cold. It kind of bothered her walking to the stadium. Kind of made it hard to breathe. She's got asthma, so
okay.
That cold air wasn't doing too good. But it was a good game. They got beat by a better team. I mean, Ohio did. They got beat by the better team. They didn't beat a team without the head coach, or the coach that got fired was the coach for the offensive line. That was the offensive line coach.
Yeah.
And we didn't have their signs. I guess we didn't need them.
It seemed, from early in the game, because I watched this one pretty much start to finish. From early on, it's just Ohio State they weren't really there, and I just felt, I by no means am I any sort of a coach or anything, but it just seemed like they weren't playing very aggressively. Just trying to make those, if you want to pick up 3 yards, 4 yards at a time, they didn't really seem to ever take a shot down the field. It's go time when you get to these big games.
Right. I didn't think they looked as sharp as they were in the other games either. I was obviously whoever's playing against them all season long, plus I'm a Michigan fan. Kind of the same for Alabama, too. And what a joke that game was. Did you see the ending of that one? Auburn and Alabama?
I don't think I caught the end of that, no.
The last play, they gave that quarterback all the time he wanted.
Was that okay? Was that the play? Yeah, because where was the rush? He was literally 5, 6, 7 seconds standing back there just wait. Was that the bomb into the end zone?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
They gave the guy all the time he wanted. What was wrong with what was working the whole game? I just don't understand. And so they deserve to have lost that game in my book.
Yeah, it's almost like that was a gimme. That was a freebie.
Yeah, you can't give a quarterback 10 or 12 seconds to just wait for somebody to come open and with no rush, he wasn't going to run. You know, it was, you knew he had to score the touchdown, and they just gave it to him.
Yep.
So Auburn deserves that loss, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, it was. Now we got Iowa, and maybe somebody can explain it better, but we're going to be playing the number 17 ranked team for the championship.
They're showing. I'm showing. What is it? I think you're right.
Iowa.
Iowa's. It's showing Iowa at 18.
So that's who we're playing for the division, the top 10 championship.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they're the best of the West or something. I don't know how it works. I hope they fix this. To me, it's a fiasco, trying to figure out who's who and all of that. All year they ranked Ohio higher than Michigan, but we played the same teams that they did, but Ohio had a harder time beating those teams than we did, you know, score-wise.
Mm-hmm.
But the people that vote on that kept Ohio ahead of Michigan. And I don't know. And then the beginning of the year, before the first snap of the ball, you know, it's either Georgia or Alabama ranked number 1. How do you figure that out? Nobody's even played. I don't know. I hope they fix this.
Well, coming up, Captain Ron, we're going to get to our college football aficionado, Mr. Big Ed. Maybe he'll be able to break it down for us.
Well, I hope so, because it has never made any sense to me. But it was a good weekend of football. I sent the wife a message that I was being a rebel, that I parked my car in her parking spot, and I left the toilet seat up all weekend just because I could.
So she actually, she drove all the way from Florida to Michigan? She didn't fly in for that?
No, she flew up there.
Oh, okay.
But she parked her car at the airport, so when she got home.
Gotcha, okay.
It's only $14 or $15 a day in the long-term economy, so it would cost you that much to get an Uber to take you home. So, anyway, well, that's about all I got. Maybe we can get the Big Ed and get the rest of the story.
That's the way. Are you with me? All right. Well, hey, happy Monday. Greatest day of the week.
Greatest day of the week.
Has everybody had their fulfillment of turkey on toast with mayo? That's my go-to, Thanksgiving leftover. Yeah, turkey on toast with mayo and lots of salt. I don't know. There's still there's I don't know, not a lot, but there's a decent-sized baggie of turkey left. I just heard on the newsbreaker they were saying, typically it was Thursday, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it needs to be finished up by about now. Maybe one more today. Don't want to push the envelope and come down with salmonella, you know what I mean? But speaking of which, we'll break down. There is actually an outbreak of salmonella impacting many 30-some states. They have traced it back to cantaloupes. Cantaloupes that had come in out of Mexico, and there's been, I believe, 4 fatalities thus far, and dozens and dozens of hospitalizations. They've made the recall. They're talking. I've got the brand names or whatever, but it's whole cantaloupes, or if you go into the stores, a lot of times people like the convenience of purchasing the pre-sliced, like they've already got it chopped up into cubes or whatever, all that being recalled. So we'll give you the rest of the story, as they say, coming up here. Anybody been doing some Black Friday or Cyber Monday? Today's Cyber Monday. And according to the numbers as they track the sales, holiday shoppers around the country indeed seeking out the best deals and strategically nabbing the deepest discounts ahead of what is now Cyber Monday. According from the retailer website, Cyber Monday, as the first Monday after Thanksgiving, has actually become known as merchants step up their online production, their promotions. This today, Cyber Monday, is expected to be the biggest online shopping day of the year, even bigger than Black Friday. And the numbers, strong online traffic on Black Friday, demonstrated a notable pattern of shoppers putting a lot of time and effort actually looking for the lowest cost, best deals available. Now, they tracked this data despite an earlier start to retail holiday promotions this year. A lot of the Black Friday deals started back on Monday, nearly a week before. There weren't a lot of great deals initially, but the people, they say, were patient, they were diligent, kind of playing a game of discount chicken, and those who waited actually won. But Cyber Monday today. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The chair of the House Committee on Intelligence says American hostages should have been among the first to be released by Hamas. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Republican Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio said the White House needed to make that a condition of the deal that has resulted in a temporary ceasefire. Bad weather could hamper post-Thanksgiving travel.
Snow in the Midwest could cause travel troubles for folks returning from the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. So far, more than 200 flights delayed, more than 20 canceled across the country. Those numbers expected to rise as the weekend rolls on. Utah, for example, could see more than a foot of snow.
Pope Francis delivered his Sunday prayer and message from the chapel of his Vatican residence instead of from the balcony, so he didn't have to venture outside in the cold while suffering from the flu. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, and welcome back. Cyber Monday. As we close out our Thanksgiving weekend. And our number, 844-844-3388. How was your Thanksgiving weekend, Big Ed?
Well, I have no complaints, Steve. No complaints whatsoever. But I'll tell you one darn thing. Saturday was a football connoisseur's feast.
No doubt.
Man, I started in watching Fox Game Day, and I did quit watching football until the last game was played. I believe that was Iowa State and Kansas State. Oh, I was miserable sitting in the house watching that game. Did you catch any of that game?
I think I had already hit the hay by that point. Started my day kind of early.
They was playing in the snow, and I was cold sitting there watching it. Oh, that was a good game. I mean, to answer
Captain Ron.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Steve. I'm ready to go to bed. Captain Ron's question. You know, Michigan's in Big Ten East, along with Ohio State. And according to their conference rules, they've got to play the top team in the Big Ten West, which in this case is Iowa. Now, the overall record for Iowa is 10-2. All right. Out of 14 teams, each team only plays 9 of the 14 conference opponents. So there's 4 teams that they haven't even played, but they're probably at the lower rankings as far as what their win-loss record is. All right. There's only 6 teams from the Big Ten that's even qualified for bowl eligibility. But really, if you look at their overall record, it should be Michigan and Ohio State replaying for the conference championship. That's the way it should be.
Wow.
But that's not the way they got it set up. Regardless of what the records, because, you know, Ohio State's 11-1, and Iowa's 10-2. Ohio State's got the better record behind Michigan, which Michigan is 12-0 overall record. But in conference play, Michigan's 9-0. But Iowa in conference play is 7-2 versus Ohio State's 8-1. You see where I'm at?
That does get kind of confusing, yeah. So there should be kind of a redo.
Yeah, you would think, but under their conference rules, it's not going to be possible. Now that could change when they bring on. So when they bring on USC, UCLA, Washington, and Oregon, that could change how they format that the conference and who's going to play who for the conference championship. But I personally, I call games wrong. When you look at the eye test, I'm sorry, Ohio State, in my opinion, from the eye test, is better a team than Michigan. They lost on that and interception. Last drive, they're driving down. It was Ohio State's game to lose, and they lost it.
Yep.
So they played Michigan nose to nose. They played a good game, but unfortunately, it come down to that interception. So based on the only way Michigan's not going to get into the playoffs is if they pull something dumb and lose to Iowa. If they lose to Iowa, you might, Monkey Gouger, what he said, they'll figure out a way to put Ohio State in there. You might see Ohio State go in there if Michigan was to lose to Iowa.
Okay.
Because if Michigan loses to Iowa, that they're going to completely fail the eye test. Guarantee you they will.
So you got the big Washington, Oregon, number 3 versus 5 now next Friday. That's
and somebody from the pack is going to be in there, whether it be Oregon or Washington. If Oregon beats Washington, they'll probably be in it because they passed the eye test.
Okay.
If Washington wins out, they'll be in it. So now you go down to Georgia and Alabama. If Alabama is to beat Georgia, they're going to slide in it. I don't see, if Georgia loses to Alabama, I just don't see Georgia getting in there. You're having 2 big Southeast Conference teams in it because, I'm sorry, I know Doc Holliday don't like it. In my opinion, Georgia does not pass the eye test more than Alabama. Now, I'm just going off the eye test. Okay. And that Alabama, I don't care what you say, that was just, how many Iron Bowls have you seen either one of them 2 teams win off a goofy play? I mean, I was watching it too, and I'm thinking, there's no way this quarterback's going to, because more or less it was a Hail Mary pass.
Right, but he literally had, it seemed like it was at 8-10 seconds.
Yeah, wide open. Nobody around him. So he had plenty of time to watch his receivers and how he dropped that ball just right into that corner right over the top of that defender. And caught him right there in the corner of that end zone. I'll never know. But that was the most beautiful pass I ever seen. And when he let go of that, I thought, good Lord, that kid's going to catch it. That is a good quarterback. But that's what it was. It was just a Hail Mary. So, but, they just, Alabama passes that eye test, even though they've only lost 1 game to Texas. I think they've only lost 1 game. I hadn't looked at their overall schedule. Okay, so you're probably going to either have Alabama or Georgia. And if Michigan wins, you're going to have Michigan. If Michigan don't win, then Ohio State might have a chance. Now we get down, we know Washington or Oregon's going to be in it. Now we get down to Florida State playing Louisville for the ACC championship.
And that was an upset because Kentucky took out Louisville over the weekend.
Yes, but based on the record, Louisville, the way their conference is lined up, Louisville's going to play Florida State. Based on the record, they're kind of like the Big Ten. East, North, South, West. Where the Big 12, we don't have a North or South. We just have the Big 12. And if Oklahoma State would have lost to BYU, even though Oklahoma State beat Oklahoma would have been in for the Big 12 championship. Now, here's my thing. If Texas beats OSU is a good enough team that's going to help Texas' power rankings. Now, if Texas has got a better power ranking than Florida State, let's say they go ahead and beat out Louisville, which if they don't beat Louisville, they're out, which will slide Texas right on in there. Or if Ohio State, now listen, if Ohio State power rankings is higher than Texas, they might slide in over Texas. So there is that two-way possibility of Ohio State to get back in this mix. But at the same time, if Florida State wins, and Alabama wins, good possibility based on the power rankings, Texas will ride Alabama's shirt tail right into the playoffs. Are you with me?
All right. Thanks. So, I mean, as the picture.
So it's not decided until after this weekend.
Okay, there's still a lot of change could occur next weekend, even though it's a limited schedule.
Based on what I'm seeing, Ohio State got a two-way possibility of getting back in it. But somebody's got to lose. And Ohio State and Texas go head-to-head. They're going to look at the power rankings. And Ohio State might have a bigger – I hadn't looked at the power rankings. Ohio State might have a big – what did they fall down to? 6, you said?
6. That's what they're showing here, 6, yes.
Where did it show Texas, 7 or 8?
There's Texas at 7, yeah. Alabama, 8.
See? There you go. Alabama beats Georgia. They might drag Texas over Ohio State into it. But, in my opinion, and maybe I'm being biased, Ohio State, they've got the power rankings and they passed the eye test. They're just, to me, they're just a good, solid team. Now, I'm like you, and I think I was talking to, the Georgia guy. Can't even think of his name. Forgive me my sins. Ohio boy or Buckeye boy?
Buckeye boy, yeah.
Yeah, because, we was yakking back and forth on Facebook. And the only thing I seen, that first half, Ohio State was not playing too aggressive enough to win the darn game. But then they come out in the third quarter and got aggressive. Because they drove down and scored in that third quarter. I thought, okay, now they're going to play aggressive. But that first half, they did not play with an aggressive attitude. In my opinion, they were just they were just out there playing.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, if they would have played 4 quarters of aggressive football, it'd have been a different outcome of that game. So, let's say Michigan goes ahead and gets in it. I'm still not sold on Michigan. I'm just not sold on it. You remember what happened last year. They got in there and TCU whooped them like a stepchild. So, to me, there ain't really much change from last year to this year with Michigan. But we'll see, Steve.
Yep.
We'll see what happens. But if you guys want Ohio State in it, you better be pulling for Iowa. Then you better be pulling for Oklahoma State. Because Texas loses to Oklahoma State, then Alabama will drag. And if they beat Georgia, they'll. And then Ohio, in my opinion, now that's just my opinion, it could be Ohio State and Florida State. We're looking at the power rankings and the eye test. Ohio State just far outshines Florida State. So if I made anybody mad, as Jimmy the Greeks would say, get your gyro and eat it. That's all I got to say. And I do thank you, sir.
And everything's going to be totally different 1 year from now.
Yeah. Yeah, 1 year from now, you're going to have it'd be great if they had that 12-team playoff this year. Boy, you want to talk about some good football. Because all your top 12 really in my opinion, deserve to be in the playoff. They're just that good. Good quality football. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Big Ed. All right.
Steve, well, other than that, I ain't going to talk politics, and I will be listening off and on this week.
All right. Chime in when you get an opportunity, but all right. Have a great Monday. Greatest day of the week. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, who we have checking in early this Monday? Looks like Jacob was first out of the box there. Hello to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, Philly Dan. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving there as well. Philly Dan says, good morning. Hope everybody had a happy Thanksgiving. How about those Philadelphia Eagles beating the Buffalo Bills in overtime? We are now 10-1. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. It's wet in the Northeast tonight. I guess they're hanging on at 49 degrees at the midnight hour. They're at the New York-New Jersey state line. Yeah, get ready for those numbers to start dropping off. Down we go. Dipsy Driver, good morning, Steve, and the best informed audience. 33, some lingering lake effect snow here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. Got a little over an inch. They're telling us maybe another half inch by morning. Anyway, hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. I know some of those drivers out there did not get home, out there working hard on the roads. Really appreciate that. Hey, do you know the difference between an alligator and a crocodile? One you see later, and the other after a while. Thank you, Dipsy Driver. Everybody, please stay safe. Have a great week coming up here. Marianne is on board. Who else we got? There's Pappy, 33 degrees, Harrison, Ohio, the greatest day of the week. So let's get it started, you nocturnal listeners. Saddle up, hammer down, and be safe. Are you with me? Marianne, good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. I'm doing well. I had to go to the emergency room because of the way the back drainage looked. They ran some tests. Everything turned out good. So good news there. Good morning. Pappy's in the house. Good morning, Buckeye Boy, Miss Millie, Gilligan, the Michigan Madman, all of our listening friends joining us as we kick off the new week. There you go. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 32, crystal clear at the Weiss compound, Southwest Missouri tonight. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck parked at an undisclosed location east of town. Been hanging out with the hot blonde wife for 5 epic days. Faith, family, food. It's been a good one. Next up, it's the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas. We're back on the trail later today to finish out the fall run. Special shout out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the hometown of the original wild game hunter, Marlin Perkins. Good to have you on board. Rock Pick checking in from the phone. Happy Monday. Stay safe and enjoy Bad Bills. Yep, sorry about that. Sorry about your luck, as they say. Hey, Bourbon Street Gary checking in here on a Monday. Santa Claus, top of the morning. 36 degrees here in Redding, California. Known by the locals as the Ding. Mrs. Claus and I are laying over at a hotel tonight on our way back home to Sacramento, California. Hope you and your listeners had a great Thanksgiving week out there. Santa Claus out. All right, thank you for checking in. Jeff, New York City. Good morning, Steve. Welcome back. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Yes, everything went well. It's good to have the sun somehow miraculously was off for Thanksgiving Day this year. That doesn't happen all that often, but yeah, so he and the grandkids able to come over. Had my brother come in from Denver, Colorado. They're actually going to be headed back out west, I think on Tuesday of this week. Meanwhile, who else we have on board? It's 844-844-3388. Like so many of the first responders that are out there working on those holiday weekends. Law enforcement, firefighters, many of them don't get to spend a whole lot of time with the family over the holidays. And we started things off right into the Thanksgiving weekend with a rough start to the weekend for a number of first responders in a New Jersey city. A devastating apartment explosion in West New York, New Jersey, that left multiple firefighters injured and families displaced from their homes. Firefighters succeeded in evacuating the residents of the building as the fire raged, according to WABC TV. 10 members of the firefighting force were injured in that emergency operation that ultimately included Mayday calls from first responders. I'm not real familiar with, I guess in the firefighting biz like anything else. How do other firefighters feel when they're hearing those calls coming out? There's another firefighter down. I'm in desperate need of help. Injuries included broken bones, the effects of smoke inhalation. Fortunately, no fatalities had occurred, and none of the residents were injured. 20 residents of the building ultimately displaced. There was some video shared. This was a hell of an explosion. Yeah, you could see the wall of the entire building blowing out when all those firefighters were inside fighting the blaze. Powerful explosion. Residential units apparently above a pharmacy left charred, uninhabitable as a result of the fire. The North Hudson Regional Rescue Chief summarized the tragedy of this disaster. Sad day for the township of West New York. People are now displaced, lost residents. Many lost everything. Difficult day for firefighters, not because they had to work, but because of their injuries. Now their families kind of suffering as well. But again, the good news, some of those firefighters did suffer some pretty serious injuries, but all expected to survive, thankfully. All right, so what do we got on your mind? 844-844-3388. How was your Thanksgiving weekend? Anybody out there? How's the traffic looking tonight? I'm assuming everything should be greatly calmed down by this point in time, as most people have to head back to work here for their Monday. But coming up, once we get through our top of the hour news break, of course, we'll get more of your calls. Again, check in here on a Monday, greatest day of the week. Hearing more about the bird flu that is now moved into the state of Ohio. Yeah, you hear them talking about the possibility of egg prices maybe going up. Yeah, numerous egg farms being impacted by the bird flu once again. It's a bit later this year than it was last, but the numbers are really beginning to add up. The poultry having to be culled due to the bird flu. More on that coming up after this. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The chair of the House Committee on Intelligence says American hostages should have been among the first to be released by Hamas. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Republican Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio said the White House needed to make that a condition of the deal that has resulted in a temporary ceasefire. Turner acknowledged the likelihood that Hamas is deliberately delaying the release of American hostages to use them as leverage for bargaining. Bad weather could hamper post-Thanksgiving travel.
Snow in the Midwest could cause travel troubles for folks returning from the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. So far, more than 200 flights delayed, more than 20 canceled across the country. Those numbers expected to rise as the weekend rolls on. Utah, for example, could see more than a foot of snow.
Pope Francis delivered his Sunday prayer and message from the chapel of his Vatican residence instead of from the balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square today. The Pope's remarks were televised on a jumbotron, so he didn't have to venture outside in the cold while suffering from the flu. The 86-year-old Francis went to a Rome hospital Saturday for a scan that ruled out lung complications. The Pope is still scheduled to travel to Dubai later in the week to attend the UN Climate Change Conference. We all have and love leftovers from Thanksgiving, but how long do we have before we should toss them out if we haven't eaten them yet?
Everyone is reminded to be safe when eating Thanksgiving leftovers. According to the Department of Health and Human Services, that food can safely be eaten up to 4 days if it was properly refrigerated and not left out for more than a couple of hours. I'm Skip Kelly.
Good news for KISS fans. The KISS End of Road Tour is back on the road. The band had to cancel its final 2 shows in Canada on Friday because Paul Stanley was sidelined with a bout of the flu. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burgers so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A woman on methamphetamines tried to open the emergency door to a plane 10 hours into a Korean air flight. The flight was over the Pacific when the 26-year-old woman, high on the stimulant, became paranoid and agitated and ran to the emergency exit door and tried to force it open. Passengers say flight attendants wrestled her to the floor and restrained her. Airport police took her into custody when the plane landed safely several hours later. Cops reportedly had her tested and determined she was high on methamphetamine. It's apparently the third time this year that a passenger has tried to open an emergency door on a Korean flight. The cost of eggs might be on the rise.
Due to a confirmed case of bird flu in a flock of 1.35 million chickens in Ohio's Union County, the U.S. Department of Agriculture has ordered the slaughter of all affected birds to contain the highly contagious virus, affecting several large egg farms in Iowa, Minnesota, and now Ohio. The widespread culling aims to control the virus spread, particularly among wild birds. I'm Skip Kelly.
A project manager, Tavis Rogers, fired by Newmont Mining Corporation for missing a COVID-19 vaccination deadline, has filed a lawsuit alleging religious discrimination. Rogers, employed for 7 months, raised concerns about the vaccination requirement issued in November 2021. He sought permission to work remotely. The company did not accommodate his request, leading to his termination. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Once again, thank you so much. Welcome back on a back-to-work Monday, or maybe Cyber Monday. Hey, came across a message from our friend, the Michigan Madman, which today's kind of an important day, he says. Today, an important day for me. Coming up later this morning is I'll go in and get a PET scan and a CT scan. We will find out if they got all the cancer. I feel really confident about tomorrow, so I could use some prayers, hoping the results will come back good. Besides, this next weekend is the Snowball Derby at Five Flags Speedway, Pensacola, Florida. It is the biggest and the richest super late model race in the country. This is kind of like the Daytona 500 for these short track warriors. All right, super late model racing. I'll have to check some of that out. Thanks for the heads up there, and good luck, prayers, everything goes well later this morning for the Michigan Madman. Meanwhile, I mentioned top of the program, lake effect snow is going to be kicking in later this morning, lasting for a couple of days, bringing over a foot of snow to several states. And the disruptions will continue to mount as the week progresses. Same storm that produced feet of snow in the Rockies over Thanksgiving, pushing into the Great Lakes this past day, bringing a round of snow, starting what will be several days of wintry weather for the new week here. Behind the swath of snow, a fresh batch of cold air is going to sail over the warmer Great Lakes. Intense bands, what they call lake effect snow. Some cases, the lake effects may act like a thunderstorm in the wintertime, producing squalls or thunder and lightning, otherwise known as thunder snow. This event, first of the season, will last several days, perhaps as late as Wednesday morning. So in some areas, the accumulations are indeed going to pile up. Lake effect snow expected to reach peak intensity across the entire Great Lakes from Monday afternoon through Tuesday morning. The temperature difference between the bitter cold air blowing across the still warm lake waters can lead to bursts of heavy snow reaching much further away from the lakes than usual, even as far east as northern New England early this week. Detroit, typically safe from lake effect snow, could also see some bursts later Monday into Monday evening, quickly coating some roads, snarling traffic. While snow showers will be far-reaching, most of the heavy snow accumulation will stay closer to the lake shores. Parts of northern Michigan, northwest Pennsylvania, and northern New York, the most likely targets for feet of snow, where 1 to 2 feet is forecast. Residents most at risk for the heavy snow are those in northern Michigan to northeast of Cleveland, Ohio, around Erie, Pennsylvania, and areas south of Buffalo or north of Syracuse in New York. Travel in these heavier snow bands, especially in New York, could become nearly impossible after dark Monday, as gusty winds combine with snowfall rates coming down at a few inches per hour, creating blizzard-like conditions. In the western Great Lakes, the wind direction is expected to shift over the next several days, making the bands of intense snow less stationary. So you'll see more widespread areas seeing some accumulation. Oftentimes, these bands can set up over the same area for extended hours, leading to, feet of snowfall really piling up. Motorists should use extreme caution for the first half of the week here. Conditions can turn from totally fine to almost zero visibility in a matter of minutes. Some roadways of particular concern for major accidents due to the high travel speeds will be Interstate 90 in western New York and northeast Ohio, portions of I-94 and Interstate 196 there in Michigan. Travel along Interstate 81 could also be a concern from Syracuse to near Watertown. But even in the areas of the Midwest and Northeast that avoid the heaviest snow, the winds are going to be more widespread, 30, 40 mile per hour winds from Michigan's Upper Peninsula all the way to Northeast Atlantic coast. Could see some localized power outages, localized damage. Make sure any outdoor holiday decorations are secured before the winds pick up. a lot of folks were out over the Thanksgiving weekend, transitioning to the Christmas decorations. And a lot of those blow-up characters, you probably want to unplug those. You don't want them up in those kind of winds. Clear lines at 844-844-3388 here on a Monday, greatest day of the week. Update, again, the flu disaster, bird flu, this would be. The bird flu disaster proclamation for 6 counties in Iowa has again been extended and will now remain in effect until December the 17th. The concerns of bird flu in the state of Iowa started back in late October when the first emergency was issued due to a confirmed positive case in a commercial flock in Pocahontas County. Since then, the disaster proclamations have been issued for Clay and Hamilton counties, as well as Kossuth County, Taylor County. All 6 of these large counties have had positive cases of bird flu confirmed by the Department of Agriculture. The state of Ohio now becomes the latest. The number they just shared was, I believe, 1.3 million birds in Union County that will be culled. That's a big egg operation. All right, according to the latest disaster emergency out of Iowa, the contagious, economically devastating disease has threatened turkeys, chickens, and other poultry in the state. Hours of service and certain weight requirements for commercial drivers hauling loads related to the disaster will continue to be suspended for the duration of this. You've got your typical waiver from the hours of service. Upon request, a driver must be given at least 34 consecutive hours off after he or she has been on duty for more than 70 hours during an 8 consecutive day period. Motor carriers with an effective out-of-service order may not take advantage of this relief. Loads cannot exceed 90,000 pounds gross weight or the maximum axle weight limit of 20,000 pounds. But carriers and drivers must comply with all posted weight limits on roads and bridges. It is not required, they tell us, that a driver carry a copy of this declaration in the state of Iowa. And officials continually remind the public that the bird flu detection does not present an immediate public health concern for humans. But a confirmed detections map on the Department of Agriculture's website says 934 different flocks, totaling nearly 64 million birds, has been affected by bird flu as of Monday, November the 20th, a week ago today. It's a lot of birds. Well, it was actually on Black Friday. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention issued kind of an ominous warning that there was an outbreak of salmonella infections, an outbreak that has swiftly doubled since they first noted this back on November the 17th. The Friday update noted that since the November 17 report, an additional 56 people confirmed infected with this outbreak strain of salmonella. Total U.S. count 99 infections across 32 states. Obviously, there's many, many more people that may not have become ill enough to say, be hospitalized. But since the November 17th update, another 28 have been hospitalized. On top of that, Minnesota has also reported 2 fatalities linked to the salmonella outbreak. Now, the Public Health Agency of Canada, the official arm of that country's government, announcing the same outbreak, has claimed a life north of the border, as well as an additional 63 laboratory-confirmed cases there in Canada. They've also seen 17 hospitalized. As to the source of this sudden international outbreak, the CDC notes that interviews with sick people and laboratory findings support the thesis that this salmonella originated with cantaloupes, which has triggered a recall of a variety of cantaloupe brands, which the CDC noted in a separate release. But various brands and products of cantaloupes that have been recalled include Vineyard brand pre-cut cantaloupes, Aldi whole cantaloupes, Freshness Guaranteed, and Racetrack brand pre-cut cantaloupes. This is, as I mentioned, where a lot of folks go to the refrigerated section and get the pre-cut cantaloupe. Easy just to get back in the vehicle and have a few bites on the road, which many truck drivers do as well. Now, you've got Milchita or Rudy whole cantaloupes. That would be little stickers that you find on the cantaloupes. Any that include the number 4050. The sticker would say product of Mexico. The Milchita and Rudy cantaloupes were also specifically called out by the Canadian government, which labeled both types of whole cantaloupes as the likely source of the outbreak. Given that these cantaloupes were from Mexico, the lack of oversight on this produce is galling, according to Dr. Mark Stiegel. The cantaloupes come from Mexico. The bacteria could be from food handlers or animals or irrigation contamination. Now, Siegel said this whole outbreak and recall is just another wake-up call that produce grown in a place where the United States has very little to no control can be packaged and sold in many states all over the country, endangering many people, which, again, that is the case because 36 states, I believe, now impacted. Probably a lot more cases than we're aware of. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, get to some of our industry headlines coming up here in the trucking world. Yeah, start off with Big John first, though. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Hope everybody had a safe, prosperous Thanksgiving. Everybody, be safe out there. Hammer down and drive on. From your friend, Big John. Good to have you with us. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving as well, Big John. It's been a difficult 2023, as we very well know, across the board in the trucking industry. Now, according to FreightWaves, compared to trucking carriers, freight brokers or brokerages can typically avoid shutdowns, even during nasty freight recessions. That is just not the case. It has not been the case in 23 since new capacity flooded the industry when we were all buying so much stuff online. Third-party logistics companies have seen an unusual threat to their business operations. We're now seeing big layoffs and even company shutdowns. Typically, freight brokerages manage revenue volatility through flexible operating expenses. Computers and chairs don't cost a whole lot of money. And incentive-based compensation grows and contracts with the various market cycles. FreightWaves strategic analyst John Hempstead said that's why hiring sprees and layoffs at freight brokerages are relatively common, but outright failures rarely ever happen. A freight broker, as most of us would know, is the intermediary between a carrier or transportation provider like a truck driver and a shipper, whoever's trying to move the goods. There are also freight forwarders who are more exposed to international shipments and the customs involved there. But we take you back to the earliest of 2023, going back to January of the year, and timing how as things progressed forward. It's been a difficult year. Now, this, again, is freight brokerage operations, or 3PLs. These are not the likes of, we have covered the likes of Yellow, Demise, 30,000 drivers, and many, many other small and mid-sized carriers. Flexport was the first, January 11, published a memo saying the company was reducing their workforce by about 20%. Increased automated systems, lower freight volumes meant they didn't need as many employees as in previous years, according to that memo. Just a few weeks later, Uber Freight lays off about 3% of their workforce. They cut about 150 jobs from the digital brokerage division. A statement at the time said, as you know, the logistics market is facing a number of headwinds, which has impacted our customer base as well as the overall industry. We accelerated hiring last year within certain areas of our brokerage business, planning for a different economic reality. Those volumes simply did not materialize. We moved to February. Convoy's co-founder laid off an undisclosed number at the time. This was just going to be the beginning, again, early in the year, of what was their ultimate demise here just about a month ago. Founded in 2015, Convoy attracted investments from the likes of the Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, the Salesforce founder and CEO Mark Benioff, Microsoft's co-founder Bill Gates. We're talking a company that was valued at $3.8 billion last year when they raised $260 million in a Series E funding round. They ultimately shuttered their operations completely on October the 19th. We step up to April of this year. Flock Freight laid off about 8% of their workforce. They were a provider of shared truckload solutions. They didn't really describe themselves as a brokerage, though they did provide third-party logistics services. The CEO and co-founder, valued at over $1.3 billion, said at the time the layoff decision was deliberate and required us to create leaner teams. On into the month of May, Chattanooga-based, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Lipsy Logistic laid off an undisclosed number of employees at the time. They're estimating 20% of their jobs were cut. Coyote Logistics, also in the month of May, an undisclosed number of employees. On into the month of June, TransPlus files for bankruptcy. Unclear how many employees worked. This was at a Hernando, Mississippi-based logistics company when they filed for bankruptcy. However, a FreightWaves report at the time said more than 60 small trucking companies were owed millions of dollars at the time. Yeah, they moved loads for the brokerage, had not received payment for that work. July, Surge Transportation, another digital freight brokerage, filing for bankruptcy. 2023 was a more severe downturn than expected, they said. Surge booked $135 million in gross revenues during one period this year. That same period last year, they posted $200 million. Now, at one point, that company had more than 100 employees. They were based out of Jacksonville, Florida. One more big name, late summer, Coyote Logistics, once again laid off more employees. Of course, the big one, Convoy, told employees October 19, shutting down operations. 550 employees worked at the company at that time, but all but a very small number were laid off. Now, the Convoy had more than 1,000 employees just 18 months earlier when they were valued at $3.8 billion. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The chair of the House Committee on Intelligence says American hostages should have been among the first to be released from Hamas. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Republican Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio said the White House needed to make that a condition of the deal that has resulted in a temporary ceasefire. Reaction is coming in over Saturday night's shooting in Vermont of 3 students of Palestinian descent. Burlington police say their investigation is in the early stages and have not publicly said if they have a motive. While authorities haven't indicated whether or not they're calling it a hate crime, the Council on American Islamic Relations announced it's offering a $10,000 reward for the arrest and conviction of the perpetrator or perpetrators. The Kiss End of the Road tour is back on the road. The band had to cancel his final 2 shows, while Paul Stanley was sidelined with a bout of the flu. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration
emissions.
The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
On a quiet Monday, it's 844-844-3388. Now, we all recall the train derailment, East Palestine, Ohio, that made national headlines earlier in the year. Of course, reminiscing back when that first occurred, most of us felt like these sort of things don't happen very often. In the coming days and weeks, we all got a bit of an education that these derailment sort of events happen on a fairly common basis on any given day. In most cases, we don't hear much about it. Just, the severity of that particular event is what garnered the headlines, the toxic chemicals, the impact on so many residents there. Of course, our last live program together was last Wednesday morning. So it was later that afternoon, Wednesday afternoon, when we had a similar event in rural Kentucky. A CSX train carrying molten sulfur derailed Wednesday afternoon, prompting a voluntary evacuation of residents and a state of emergency declaration by Governor Beshear. It was about a little after 2:30 on Wednesday afternoon north of Livingston, Kentucky. It's Rockcastle County. 16 rail cars, 2 of which spilled molten sulfur. According to CSX, they confirmed this on Thanksgiving Day. The derailment sparked a fire, which CSX and local responders extinguished as of Thursday afternoon. They ultimately said specialized equipment had been deployed to conduct air monitoring in the area, as the molten sulfur is known to release sulfur dioxide when it burns. 2 cars carrying magnesium hydroxide were also involved. There's no indication that those cars were breached, according to CSX. Other cars that had derailed were either empty or carrying non-hazardous products, things like grain or plastic. No injuries recorded, according to the response here. In response to the fire and the nature of the materials that were spilled, Governor Beshear declared a state of emergency, which allowed the state to activate resources for the local community. They also recommended that Livingston residents evacuate. So this was on people's Thanksgiving Eve, being told, you got to leave your home. I'm sorry, your Thanksgiving dinner may be delayed a bit. Beshear said the state's Emergency Operations Center was activated. The Kentucky Energy and Environment Cabinet Emergency Response Team was also sent to the locale. Once the fire was extinguished, CSX issued a statement saying they are focusing on recovering product on the ground and removing the derailed cars, which they've been working to do through the weekend. There was an update late Thursday afternoon after announcing the specialized equipment had been brought in to monitor the air quality, and it was safe for residents to return to their homes. In a Friday midday update, CSX said they had deployed containment measures as they removed the damaged rail cars, and they will remedy the area. Again, that's removing all the soil and everything. They will continue to monitor air and surface water quality as the crews remove the cars from the derailment site. But just as the case was in East Palestine, they say they're going to get everything fixed up and cleaned up before getting the tracks reopened there. It happens a lot more than many of us realize. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve. How was your holiday weekend besides putting up Christmas decorations?
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Yeah, I know. But Dingy one there, she had a short one. She got off at like her normal time and had to go in at her normal time. Get off at 5 something in the morning and had to go back in at 8:45 at night. So she didn't have much time. So she took this weekend kind of resting and relaxing and taking care of a big project for us for this weekend, because went to the food supply house, one of the restaurant food stores here in town, and they had turnip greens. So we always get a case, parboil them down, and put them up for the winter. So that's what she's been doing the last couple of days. So I know she's gotten a little bit of sleep in there, but no, you were talking about these logistics companies going out of these brokers going out of business, Steve.
Yes.
Does not surprise me one bit. In fact, I'll make a money bet with you. I'll bet you more of them will go out of business next year. And here's why, Steve. If you go on TikTok or Facebook or Instagram, whatever, you'll see all these people on there, hot shotters too, that says, hey, I'm hauling this load from Atlanta to Denver and I'm being paid $7,000. Or, hey, come start up your own brokerage firm and you can make $150,000 a month and you don't have to do any work. And Steve, these people these days, they want to do it the least amount of work for the most amount of money possible.
Sure.
So these people see this, they don't do any research, and they get in deep, and it's going to happen worse. I bet you there's been a bunch more that have failed in this past year than has been told. I mean, with Yellow closing, that was kind of, well, you could see it coming because we had Henry Logistics. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't some people from that division spin that off into Rainbow Freight or Rainbow Logistics or some bull crap like that?
Seems like that was the case, yeah.
Yeah. But, more power to them, because I know they have the auctions going on this week for Yellow, and don't get it. I mean, company was good, had toxic management, but, at the end of the day, though, they mismanaged money. It's like Convoy, you have your sales or whatever it is, your value is $3.8 billion,
and you're a broker. So where did the money go? You know, I mean, at Yellow, we saw where the money went. It went into the CEO and all them executives' pocketbooks because the bills weren't getting paid. But if you're a brokerage firm, and like you said, couple computers, couple desks, hey, hire, you know, a couple bums off the street, you know, how can you fold a brokerage firm like that, Steve? I mean, it makes no sense to me.
Right.
But Wednesday morning, you read that story I sent you about that A1 towing.
Yes.
Down here. Both people make valid points. Okay, the trucking company, yes, he makes a valid point. There is a lack of parking in Memphis itself. Lamar and Shelby Drive, if anybody has been through Memphis, is a major intersection. It had 2 pilots and 2 little mom and pop truck stops. Notice the key word in that, had. They are now since a flat piece of dirt. There's also a motel that was over there too. It's also now a flat piece of dirt. Why? Because they're going to be building an overpass in that area, and they bought the land up. So now you have a good chunk of parking in that area where that one driver was towed at. The one that was held up for 33 hours was literally like, I don't know, probably a half a mile from there. So there is a point for parking. But at the same time, though, I buy everyone's point of, well, you just can't park on somebody's property. Okay, granted, I give you that. But you have to give people time to pay.
Mm-hmm.
You have to honor not just state law, because the towing industry, you're regulated by the state ordinances, but also, with our case, city and the county. And the thing the city has not failed to understand yet. Okay, you have to play by the state's law. That's why you're not operating in the city of Memphis. Have fun operating, because you're not going to be allowed to do anything here. And like earlier tonight when I was leaving the warehouse, they had a major wreck that Dingbat will tell you, well, I can't say those words on the radio, but severely screwed me up for a minute. Those police calls pay good money. When you get called by the police, you get paid good money to clear an accident scene. And the last thing these record companies want to do, or tow companies want to do, is lose their city license. Because other than that, you could only operate outside the city limits of Memphis. Or you could operate in the state, one of the two. So they don't want to lose their license. Because A1 has failed to realize the golden rule. City's the goal. They can put you out of business in a heartbeat. I'm honestly surprised the state has let it go on this long, because the state can honestly pull their license at any given point in time. Then what are you going to do? You can't operate a business. But the excessive amount of towing fees, I will say that is way excessive. $4,000 to go to your tow lot and then storage fees. There is a maximum amount they could charge per day by state and city law, and I don't give me the quoting on that.
Yeah,
but it is a little excessive. I mean, honestly, I mean, if I knew somebody that owned a towing company before he passed away years ago, and to go clean up a wreck, you know, if you're cleaning up a wreck, yeah, I could see charging that much. Maybe double or 3 times that amount. You're cleaning up a wreck. But if you're just towing somebody from some private property lot to your tow yard that's probably 20 miles away, it's a little excessive. And why the state has not gotten involved, I have no clue. Excuse me.
Well, what's amazing is that for as long as we've been talking about it, we've been talking about this for months now. I did have a clip from, you've got, I guess WREG is like one of your local Memphis channels there, the Channel 3.
Right.
They interviewed a council member, I guess, over the Thanksgiving weekend, and he said he wasn't even aware of this going on. So, I mean, they're definitely going to respond to it. And let me see if I can pull up the audio there because I did have that story before me. Yeah, we've been talking about it forever and a day. And it's like, well, at least this one councilman, and he's talking tough about it. He says, we're going to address this situation.
New at 6, city leaders are speaking out tonight about Memphis companies suspected of abusing the city's booting and towing ordinances. It's a story WREG has been following closely for months. Many truck drivers accuse A1's Towing and Hauling of illegally towing their big rigs and charging them thousands of dollars to get their trucks back. Here's WREG's Alex Coleman with reaction from council members and the company at the center of this dispute.
So your team told me about it. These horror stories, if they are true, are reprehensible.
Complaints about suspected abuses of the city's booting and towing ordinances by certain local companies is front and center on the minds of some Memphis City Council members.
It is a huge issue, and I want to thank the team at Channel 3 for making me aware of this.
As WREG has reported, multiple truck drivers accuse Memphis-based A1's Towing and Hauling of illegally towing their big trucks from area truck stops and charging them thousands of dollars to retrieve their vehicles.
Things have been tough with the trucking industry as it is, and then we've got to deal with these guys and demanding insane amounts of money to get them back.
Some truckers claim they've had to stay in their vehicles for hours to avoid being towed, and they say A1's Towing has refused to give them an itemized invoice for the charges.
If it is true, is reprehensible, and the council will take immediate action. Nothing less than I think we need to notify the TBI and get, if not the state, the feds involved, because nobody should be forced to stay in their vehicle for 23 hours.
In an email sent to WREG on Tuesday, Daryl O'Neill, the attorney representing A1's Towing, tells me, quote, if you park on private property and refuse to pay, what are you supposed to do? The signs state that will happen. O'Neill goes on to say, quote, in downtown Memphis, people are booted and towed every day for not paying for parking. But somehow outside of downtown, booting and towing is illegal. My client is not doing anything different than these companies, end quote. City leaders say they're hopeful they can put the brakes on this dispute involving booting and towing in Memphis.
If there is a problem with the law, that's what you come to the city council with. You don't take the law into your own hands.
Alex Coleman, WREG-TV, News Channel 3.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So, rolling into Cyber Monday, as they call it. This time of year, every day is another sale day, right? Are there certain days where you really do get better deals? I was kind of chuckling over the weekend looking at some of the memes showing items sale price. It's $199. It was $199 Tuesday, and it was $199 Wednesday, and then it's $199 on Black Fridays. Do we really see better prices? And then you've got Cyber Monday. I mean, Now, they do tell us on Black Friday, retailers did indeed step up to the discounting to roughly 30% off on average in the U.S., and consumers clicked on the buy button. We spent $16.4 billion with a B online on Black Friday, apparently. It was $70.9 billion globally that day. He said we saw a big spike, adding that the strong Black Friday online outlay would pull up the overall tally for what is considered Cyber Week, which started last Tuesday and technically ends today on Cyber Monday. For Cyber Monday, he said they expect to see discounts averaging 30% again, kind of like what you saw on Black Friday. The risk for consumers becomes those products may not be available if you have waited. Now, Salesforce said they'd arrived their benchmark for online traffic and spending, data flowing through their Comments cloud e-commerce service. But they do say last-minute Cyber Monday shopping later today shoppers could spend between $4 billion between 6 and 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time this evening, because the consumer is going to be concerned about discounts weakening after this evening, like the deals will not still be available. It always seems like the closer you get to Christmas, the steeper the price cuts. But again, it is a genuine concern if you wait and wait and wait, especially when it comes to the likes of shoes and clothing. Obviously, sizes are going to be limited. Some of those, big ticket items, they're very popular. I mean, if you've got super deals on televisions, which there had been undoubtedly some great deals on high definition televisions. I mean, it wasn't that many years ago when your 50-inch television, you might lay out a couple of grand. Hell, they've got 50-inch TVs now for like $250. It's unreal how much the prices have come down. But what do we see here? Hello, it's Dingbat checking in. A lovely 33 degrees here in West Memphis, Arkansas. I'm wrapping Brain Dead's Christmas gift. Yes, I know my Gators lost over the weekend. What can I say? It was a good football season. Now let's just get ready for basketball season. Maybe I'll check in when I get done here. Rubber Duck checks in from the home 20. Said it tried to snow a little bit yesterday. Didn't amount to much, but everybody be safe out there. We are just a couple minutes from news break, so we'll get back to your calls after that at 844-844-3388. Wow, we had an amazing admission, believe it or not, coming from the likes of Disney over the Thanksgiving weekend here. Most of us have been talking for how long now? We all know the slogan, you go woke, go broke. You've heard that a time or two. Has Bud Light recovered? Has Anheuser-Busch recovered from their woke advertising campaign back early in the summer? I think they may have recovered a bit, but they're still way off. What's amazing to me is you're actually getting the admission. This has cost Disney unbelievable amounts of money, and it's the stockholders or the shareholders that have been paying the price. This was actually in a Security and Exchange Commission filing. Disney admitted they have been slapped by their own customers for their far-left social and political agenda. Jonathan Turley wrote an article for The Hill over the weekend. In a new corporate disclosure, Disney acknowledges that their controversial political and social agenda is costing the company and the shareholders. He pointed to their SEC filing last week that acknowledged some mistakes leading to losses potentially stretching into the billions of dollars, with a pair of statements. One of those was, quote, "We face risks relating to misalignment with public and consumer tastes and preferences for entertainment, travel, and consumer products, which impact demand for our entertainment offerings and products and the profitability for any of our businesses. And we do face risk related to changes in our strategy or restructuring of our business." It goes on from there, but I'm looking at the clock. We got to take care of the news break. But, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The chair of the House Committee on Intelligence says American hostages should have been among the first to be released from Hamas. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Republican Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio said the White House needed to make that a condition of the deal that has resulted in a temporary ceasefire. Turner acknowledged the likelihood that Hamas is deliberately delaying the release of American hostages to use them as leverage for bargaining. Reaction is coming in over Saturday night shooting in Vermont of 3 students of Palestinian descent. Burlington police say their investigation is in the early stages and have not publicly said if they have a motive. While authorities haven't indicated whether or not they're calling it a hate crime, the Council on American Islamic Relations announced it's offering a $10,000 reward for the arrest and conviction of the perpetrator or perpetrators. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders called the shooting shocking and deeply upsetting and added hate has no place here or anywhere. The annual Carter Christmas tree lighting will go on. Laura Winters has the story.
The annual lighting of the Christmas tree in Plains, Georgia, taking on special meaning this year with the passing of former First Lady Rosalind Carter. For many years, she and her husband, former President Jimmy Carter, would light the town tree. He is receiving hospice care. Their son Chip on hand for this year's tree lighting.
The Kiss End of the Road tour is back on the road. The band had to cancel its final 2 shows in Canada and this past Friday's show in Nashville. Well, Paul Stanley was sidelined with a bout of the flu. Kiss was back on the stage Saturday night in Indianapolis. Kiss is scheduled to play in Rosemont, Illinois, Monday night, and in Baltimore on Wednesday before wrapping up everything with the shows Friday and Saturday night at Madison Square Garden. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Around 200 wild horses in Theodore Roosevelt National Park face an uncertain future as the National Park Service is set to decide next year on their potential elimination. The recent environmental assessment outlined 3 proposals: quick reduction of the horse population, gradual reduction, or no immediate action. Supported by influential figures like North Dakota Governor Doug Bergman and U.S. Senator John Hoeven, advocates are striving to preserve the horses park. Officials have stressed the importance of public input. A chemical fire at a Kentucky train derailment prompted evacuations, and displaced residents can now return home as the fire has been fully extinguished. The train derailed near Livingston in Rockcastle County, a town with around 200 people. 2 of the 16 derailed cars carried molten sulfur, which ignited after being breached. CSX officials, after reviewing air monitoring data, deemed it safe for residents to return home. Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, convicted of killing George Floyd, has been stabbed in prison.
Breaking news out of Arizona, where Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd, stabbed in prison Friday. Chauvin was stabbed by another inmate and seriously injured at the federal prison in Tucson. Chauvin said to be in stable condition and is expected to survive.
That's Laura Winters reporting. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Beginning to feel a lot like winter, depending on what part of the country you're in. As a matter of fact, we're going to be facing some of the coldest nights. We may see teens for overnight lows next couple of nights. We haven't had that since last winter. So that means everybody who's flipping on the thermostat, cranking up the heat. It was a topic of discussion last week. Yeah, Horse Feathers brought up the dire need for the natural gas. The natural gas to supply the power grid when things get bitterly cold. And right on, I think that was on Wednesday morning's program. It may have been last week. Well, over the Thanksgiving weekend, yet another report. This one kind of pointing out just how close millions of people in the Northeast came last winter to losing that power. There could have been thousands of people that froze to death. Now, the Weather Channel started naming storms, I don't know how many years ago has that been, but it was, if you remember, Winter Storm Elliott was the name of the storm on the East Coast. This was right at Christmas time last year. Yeah, December the 23rd. Chris Kiefer is the Toronto-based physician, founder of Canadians for Nuclear Energy. He calls the electric grid a civilization life support system. Of course, we know he's correct. All of our most critical systems, medical, water, wastewater, traffic lights, telecommunications, everything depends on reliable electricity. Well, earlier this month, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the FERC, and the North American Electric Reliability Corporation issued their final report on a winter storm that hammered the Northeast last winter. And that report proves that our natural gas grid is just as essential as our electric grid. Both of them have repeatedly said that the two grids are intertwined, interdependent, and irreplaceable. Yes, a reliable, resilient natural gas grid is critical to our energy security, therefore national security. Long story short, policymakers ignore the importance of the gas pipeline system at our extreme peril. In bone-dry language, the report explains how the gas pipeline network in New York nearly failed last Christmas as temperatures plummeted during the bomb cyclone. Freeze-related production declines combined with soaring demand from power plants and homes and businesses led to shortages of gas throughout the Northeast. The lack of gas, as well as mechanical and electrical issues, resulted in an unprecedented loss of electric generation capacity totaling some 90,000 megawatts. While the lack of electricity was dangerous, the possibility of a loss of pressure in the natural gas network should send a bone-chilling shiver through every politician and bureaucrat in Washington, D.C., New York, and the Northeast. The report explains if that gas pipeline system had failed, the recovery process in New York City would have taken months. In addition, the property damage due to the damaged water pipes in homes and buildings would have caused hundreds of millions of dollars in damage. Left unsaid in the report is that the collapse of the gas grid during the period in which temperatures in New York City stayed below freezing would have caused a calamity unlike any other in our history. The cold that lasted from December 23rd to December the 28th could have resulted in thousands or even tens of thousands of deaths. The damage from burst water pipes would have rendered untold numbers of residential and office buildings in New York City unusable. A friend who works for the federal government in D.C. and is familiar with this report told me last week that the loss of gas in New York City would have required evacuating most of the people in the city. Think about that. New York has roughly 8.5 million residents. Now, if you try to evacuate even 25% of the residents during extreme cold, that would have required a Herculean effort. But even assuming such an evacuation could be done, imagine how the country would handle 2 million displaced New Yorkers who could not return to their home for months. And at the same time, imagine if those 2 million New Yorkers had their homes soaked by broken water pipes. In short, the United States narrowly averted both a humanitarian and economic crisis that could have put this country's economy in a tailspin. You're talking the financial capital of the country. Yeah, the money center banks, Wall Street, unable to function because their office buildings didn't have heat. Here's the critical section of the report, which explains what Winter Storm Elliott greatly impacted the operations of Consolidated Edison, Con Ed, the electric and gas utility. It says, on Christmas Eve morning, the 5 interstate natural gas pipelines serving Con Edison began experiencing drops in pressure at Con Ed's Citygate due to production losses and operational issues. The pressures declined precipitously, and at noon, the pipelines informed Con Edison that they had exhausted their line pack and storage withdrawals, and pressure would not improve until demand decreased. Had Con Edison's Citygate pressures not recovered, it was in danger of losing pressure on or needing to cut service to all or large portions of its system. Now, even losing service to 130,000 customers would be considered a major outage. It could have taken 5 to 7 weeks to restore, depending on the availability of mutual aid. Had it lost the majority of its system, over 1 million customers in New York City and nearby areas would have been unable to heat their apartments and their homes, while the outside temperature was in the single digits. This report also provides a good explanation for why restoring gas service is so complicated. System outages from a local natural gas distribution company generally take longer to restore than firm load shed or even cascading outages on the electric grid. Once electricity is restored to a circuit, all the homes can return to their normal functioning. Lights turn back on, heat and AC returns to normal function, and on and on. By contrast, for the natural gas distribution system to return, to get back to normal operations, workers have to go house to house and individually light every pilot light. Con Ed estimated it would have taken months to restore service, even with mutual assistance from other utilities, had they experienced a complete loss of the system. I guess most of us had no idea. Christmas Eve, if you can imagine, Christmas Eve of last year. This was all unfolding behind the scenes. And then, of course, now you've got the likes of New York City, pushing for more and more and more to go on that electric grid. Anonymous Hippopotamus, what's going on?
Just cruising across the Delmarva here. Nice moonlit, kind of partly cloudy night. Had some showers roll through it earlier. So has there been any football over the weekend, Your Honor? I didn't really see any TV. Did they play any football this weekend?
Nah, it was a quiet weekend. Nah, nothing really to talk about. No.
Was it? Nothing really happened? All right. That's good to know.
Yeah, all right.
So, anyways, yeah. I heard there might be a couple little scrimmages going on there. Some flag football. I think there was some flag football played or something. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, that's quite the thing there. You were just reading about the natural gas, huh?
Yep.
I just make. Well, the thing is, the New York governor and they're going to save everybody because they don't want anybody to use gas stoves anymore. So there'll be all that extra gas left over, for all the other, no gas furnaces and no gas stoves. There'll be all that extra gas to make the electricity with, I guess. Maybe that's the whole thing behind it, is that they know they don't have enough gas for the generating electric, so that's why they're calling the stoves and the furnaces bad now, and they're not going to allow those utilities to be able to be used in the those fixtures to be able to be used in your houses anymore.
Yeah, last I checked, a heat pump needs something called electricity to operate, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is most people's furnaces do as well too. So even if you have an oil furnace, unless you have some sort of generator backup system, if the power goes off, even though you're on, you got oil heat, you don't have any heat because you don't have any electric to turn the fan or run the injection pump to make the fire work. So make the furnace burn. So anyways, yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing. But the thing is with the collapse of the New York City system, then the upstate system and over New Jersey, they're going to try to help feed that system. So then they're going to have an issue, and you're going to watch them get taxed to a overexerted point that they won't be able to supply even their customers, and you'll have your rolling brownouts or possible blackouts in the surrounding areas too, as those other systems try to help the Con Edison one. But the other thing about New York City, I don't know if a lot of people realize it or not, a lot of their water is actually stored above ground. They have water tanks at the tops of their buildings.
Really?
A lot of buildings, especially the older buildings, have water tanks at the very top of them, and they store. Well, you think about the amount of water that's needed to operate. You just said 8.5 million people, and to supply that out of a main, there's no possible way to pump that much water. So what they do is they keep water in reserve up on top of the buildings, and kind of like your toilet tank, they have a float in them, and when the level gets to a certain point, then those tanks are refilled, but they're not all refilling at the same time. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't tax the system like if everybody gets up at 6 o'clock in the morning and flushes their toilet, where it would probably create a vacuum in the system and, just make the whole system exactly like what you're talking about with the electric grid. I mean, the infrastructure in New York City is so complicated. I mean, between the water supply, the sewer, water being taken back to the treatment plants, the electric being supplied, gas being supplied. I'm sure there's still a lot of buildings there that have register heat, so they have steam. You have commercial steam that's piped through the ground. I mean, Baltimore. When you go through Baltimore, you walk down the sidewalks or drive by the sidewalks, and you can see the steam. Where they have release ports, the steam coming up through the sidewalks. And of course, that's where the homeless people all kind of hang out there when it gets chilly, because they like to stay a little bit warm. They put their blankets down over the steam to stay warm, but hopefully not get too damp out of the steam. And but there's still all this infrastructure that's in place, and then of course they have their subway system, and the amount of life you see above ground in New York City, especially Manhattan and Brooklyn and Queens. You can't imagine the amount of life that goes on underground, Your Honor. When you get down below the city streets, it's a lot like, the Batman movies are not far off of the underground life that happens in that city, with how much infrastructure and things that go on in that city. But but yeah, just I don't know. It's just unimaginable, what the disaster could have been. And you really did put it that. I mean, tens of thousands of people could lose their lives out of a week of freezing temperatures. It's pretty amazing, and as you say, and with the cutting of the oil production in this country that we've had, I mean that's the cutting of the natural gas. That was the supply of the natural gas when they got into all the fracking and found all the unresourced oil that was there. The natural gas that went with it was so abundant that, I mean, every well burns natural gas off because they can't get rid of it fast enough while they're producing oil.
Yep.
And it's just amazing that you go from a surplus that far to having a possibility of not being able to keep the pipeline filled. So I don't know. It's just even the pipeline, even the propane system here. We wouldn't be able with transportation to be able to keep up with the propane by itself. And the biggest problem with transportation of gas, especially the natural gas, is there's a limited amount of trailers. There isn't a high volume of trailers. There's a certain amount that are doing the job that we need them to do right now, but there's no extra trailers. It's not like you go down to Extra Lease or any of the other leasing companies and say, hey, we need 400 or 500 trailers there next week, and they're like, okay, I don't know where they pull their trailers out of, but they move trailers around. There is not transportation trailers for gas that are in any abundance and any availability after the winter season gets started here. So
wow,
that's the next problem. So, but that's where they try to get the relief of the hours of service, and then they try to get people to team drive a little bit more to keep trucks moving, more around the clock. Where a lot of us out here are all single drivers that do this. We very, very few team operations in the gas business, because nothing is usually a long enough distance that affects has an effect if we take a 10-hour break and the truck shuts down for that 10 hours. Of course, I guess the people down there in Memphis don't park their truck for 10 hours because the A1 come around and put a boot on it or something. But anyway, what a story that is. And so the local town council, city council has just found out about this. The Channel 3 News has been covering it for months. Do these people in this city not watch the news?
That's the
to
question.
See what's going on in their community?
You heard the councilman they were interviewing said, your team, WREG, your team brought it to my attention. So I just said,
yes.
What the hell?
And in the beginning of the newscast, they said that they've been following this story for months.
Yep.
And it's like, well, don't your city council people watch the news? How they pay attention to what's? No, they just if it's like Baltimore, they just do what they want. They rule the way they want, and they go home and do their thing and make sure everything's good for them. It's crazy, messed up world, Your Honor. And so, anyways. I don't know what else we got going on. We had a good Thanksgiving. Sounded like your Thanksgiving was good. Glad to hear Stephen had the day off. And so I don't know. We didn't do a whole lot. We did do a breakfast with Santa. Took the fire truck out and did a breakfast with Santa and led Santa Claus into the firehouse where I think they had close to 600 kids waiting to jump on Santa's lap and tell them what they wanted. Yep. It was a 2-hour event, and there was a line from the beginning all the way outside the firehouse, all the way until the noontime hour. It was from 10 to 12, and there was a continuous line there. But so yeah, it was a good chilly morning, and I was kind of pleased it could get the fire truck to start up. Hey, just between you and me, don't tell anybody, and make sure the wife doesn't find out, but I had to steal her hair dryer, Your Honor.
You did?
I had to use her hair. You know what I had to use her hair dryer for?
What's that?
I had to stick it in the air cleaner of the truck and make some hot air to let the truck breathe some hot air before it would start there for me, because on Saturday morning it was chilly enough there, the old Detroit there, and I said, no, I'm not starting without some help. So I went and found the wife's hair dryer, and I stuck that in the air cleaner and let that run for about 15 minutes. So I don't know how much life I took off her hair dryer by starting the fire truck. But
boy.
Yeah, don't tell her, all right? Yeah,
right.
Between you and me.
Yeah. Mum's the word.
All right, very good then. So, anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you. I don't know if we're supposed to have any more, but what do we got? We got 45 degrees here. What's everybody talking about it being cold?
Yeah.
Nice and warm here. I'm short sleeves.
Give it time. I'm sending it your way. We're down to 31 outside the bunker. Like I said, I don't know if it's tonight or tomorrow night. They're talking like maybe 19. Burr.
Oh, wonderful. Hey, I did hear. Did you have some people from Pittsburgh come visit down there?
Pittsburgh.
Did any of the citizens of Pittsburgh? I heard there were some citizens of Pittsburgh came down to visit you guys.
I'm not sure how many were in the stands.
Did they do anything? Did they get a tour? Did they get a tour of anywhere?
No, they did get they did get to go home with a W, as in win over the Cincinnati Bengals. Yeah, I kind of figured that would be the case. That's all I knew is in the town. The word was, with Burrow, the injury that occurred 10 days prior, and they said he out for the season. They brought in a new quarterback, but apparently most of the fan base is a lot of season ticket holders. Yeah, there were plenty of free tickets to go around. Tons of them available. People trying to sell them online and whatnot to make a few bucks. It got to the point where folks were just saying, "Hey, they're here. You want them? Come get them. No charge."
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel.
USA News Update. The chair of the House Committee on Intelligence says American hostages should have been among the first to be released from Hamas. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Republican Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio said the White House needed to make that a condition of the deal that has resulted in a temporary ceasefire. Reaction is coming in over Saturday night's shooting in Vermont of 3 students of Palestinian descent. Burlington police say their investigation is in the early stages and have not publicly said if they have a motive. While authorities haven't indicated whether or not they're calling it a hate crime, the Council on American Islamic Relations announced it's offering a $10,000 reward for the arrest and conviction of the perpetrator or perpetrators. The Kiss End of the Road tour is back on the road. The band had to cancel his final 2 shows while Paul Stanley was sidelined with a bout of the flu. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, thank you so much, and welcome back on a Monday. Just had a good weekend. Happy Thanksgiving. Now it's time to get ready for the fat man, right? Ho, ho, ho. Hello to Billy. Morning, Steve, and the overnight folks. 48 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina. Getting ready to head up to Garysburg, then down to Southport, North Carolina. There's the ice cream man stopping by to say hello from Phoenix, Arizona. I'll catch up with you on iHeart. All right, catch the podcast later in the day. Under industry headlines, a company that transports latex-embedded cement wants the FMCSA to allow their drivers the same hours of service exemption that's granted to those who operate at the service oil wells. Ryman Corporation, based out of Cheyenne, Wyoming, requesting that the FMCSA either include its workers in the existing hours of service exemption or grant them a similar standalone exemption. That would allow the company's drivers to record waiting time at construction sites as off-duty. In addition, waiting time would not be included in calculating the 14-hour period. The exemption would not make Ryman's drivers eligible to use the short-haul operation provision. As is already understood, this exemption currently applies to specially trained drivers of commercial motor vehicles that are specially constructed to service oil wells. My clients' operations are affected by similar circumstances as the oil field. The difference being that they're involved in the construction of highway roads and bridges. The company added that, as with those used in the oil field, their vehicles are specially designed to transport a specific product. Drivers must be specially trained to operate the equipment. They also said the drivers are restricted to remaining in or around the truck at all times, much of the time doing nothing but waiting. During these waiting times, when the operations are stopped, the 14-hour driving rule is still in effect. Sometimes the driver can complete the operations and drive back to the office before the end of that 14-hour window, but many times this is not the case, they said. So I guess they've opened a public comment period. If you'd like to comment on the exemption request, you can do so through December the 18th. As always, you simply go to the regulations.gov website. You'll need a docket number, which is FMCSA-2023-0195. 0195. Head on down to Florida. Philip, how was your Thanksgiving, first of all?
Hey, bud. Oh, my Thanksgiving was great. I had my turkey and my stuffing and all that stuff, but I just ate it later in the afternoon than I normally did because I worked that day. So, how was yours, Steve?
I had a good Thanksgiving weekend. I mean, a 4-day weekend, boom, just like that. Can't believe it's over.
Yeah, it's that quick, isn't it? It happens really quick. So, but yeah, I could see them guys put some different hours of service there for that concrete because they got 4 times. They've only got so long to get it going. They line them trucks up, and them guys have to wait, to get up there to dump. So I can see where they would need the extra time, or get approval of some kind of on-duty status with them pouring out that concrete like that.
Right.
And Hard Horse Feathers talking about LNG. They're having a problem right now with LNG that a lot of people don't realize is happening. Is, first off, they're not letting a lot of those big ships through the Panama Canal.
That's correct.
Because of that, they're having a big problem with that, and they're also having a problem with it on the Mississippi River because we've got a lot of drying happening on the Mississippi River right now. So a lot of LNG barges are not moving. And just like grain is not moving. There's probably more grain moving now on a truck than it is moving right now on a barge up and down the Mississippi because of the depths are not there, and they're having problems bringing barges down and up and down around the Mississippi. So, LNG is going through the same thing. And he was talking about infrastructure for cities. That's one thing that a lot of people don't realize when they go to these big cities is how much stuff happens that you can't see under the ground in different places. And, it takes a lot to keep a city going. And he's talking about water on top of buildings, in these tanks. Well, in Chicago, it comes right out of Lake Michigan. So if something happens with Lake Michigan, Chicago is kind of up in the air about their water system because that water system in Chicago actually powers, it gets all the water to the city itself, but it also goes out to the suburbs. Suburbs buy the water from the city of Chicago, and then they transfer them, it on to the consumer. Gas is a big thing up north, and I never could understand why it is as huge as it is because of the danger of it. I mean, I can understand it, but like you said earlier, they, it runs the power plant. Still, you're either getting electricity, or you're going to lose your electricity, or you're going to lose your gas, one or the other. So what do you take? You pick.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yep. So just have to sit back and see how it thinks. And SpaceX is getting ready, man. They got that other ship going. They got number 11 in the barn, and they're putting final touches on it. And ship 28 went back to the high bay, and it's getting ready for its things. And Elon did something that nobody has ever done before with those rockets. You remember when that rocket took off, Steve? You know how you saw those They call them diamonds. Some people call them bells, the way that rocket plume looks, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those are called mock diamonds. Okay, and when an engine goes past supersonic, it forms that diamond. One engine. Now, how we know that Elon had it perfectly going was he had 4 of them simultaneously underneath each other going. Now, that's all those engines going at once. That means that they were perfectly running the way they needed to run to form that plume like that, to have all those engines running that way. So he did something that had never been done before. I don't even think the Russians had done that before and seen it. It's something that's seen it. And we're getting powerful. Now, that's the second generation of that engine that took off the other day. He's already into the 3rd generation of that engine. It's going to be more powerful. And also, he's going to have so much thrust on the new engines, he said he's not going to need a heat shield underneath that rocket, Steve, to protect those engines. So, we'll have to see how that goes.
Wow. But
other than that, I'm doing all right. And everything's going okay. We were busy Thanksgiving at Disney. It was a long 10-hour day for me. And I know guys out there, they put in a lot more hours than that. I know I'm not driving the truck. You put in a lot more hours than that, and I appreciate you guys doing that. And but we made it through the day and got everything done. And we went to the house and we had some dinner. So that's all I got today, buddy. And thank you very much, and y'all have a good one.
All right, have a great start to the new week here. Right on the heels of, Thanksgiving weekend. It is 844-844-3388. Day after day. Let's share our latest electric vehicle story. The transition to electric vehicles not going according to plan. Sales have collapsed in the U.S. Electric vehicle manufacturers are bleeding cash, and insurers are cranking up premiums to account for an uptick in the number of unscheduled battery blow-ups, a.k.a. thermal runaways. The vehicle doesn't go anywhere. It simply self-implodes in a plume of highly toxic flames and smoke which cannot be extinguished. The vehicle simply burns itself into a pile of toxic char as firemen watch on. Now, when these pyrotechnic events occur at charging stations, car parks, or on board a cargo ship, the results can be very costly and they are catastrophic. The risk of spontaneous thermal meltdowns has triggered a warning from Australia's Maritime Authority about loading electric vehicles onto ships or ferries for transport. Yes, the grand transition. Things not going so well. As I mentioned, the Maritime Safety Authority issuing a domestic commercial vessel safety alert about the risks of ferrying electric vehicles. Each ferry operator must conduct a risk assessment for their vessel to ensure they're capable of dealing with potential fires. The list of the risks of carrying electric vehicles includes high voltage shocks, direct jet flames, fires developing in intensity quickly and rapidly, reaching their maximum intensity within typically 2 to 3 minutes. Toxic gases, gas explosion if the released gas accumulates for a while before being ignited. The long-lasting reignition risk. These can reignite weeks or maybe months after the initial incident. Once established fires are difficult to stop or extinguish. And then, of course, the term thermal runaway. They go on to add that electric vehicles are approximately 25% heavier than vehicles with internal combustion engines. This must be considered when placing the vehicles on the ferry or the ship to minimize the potential impact on vessel stability. Lithium-ion batteries have been known to suffer from spontaneous thermal runaway fires. The lower the charge retained by the vehicle's battery, the lower the likelihood of the thermal runaway fire. In other words, checking the charge on each vehicle can maybe help in assessing the risk. Some battery-powered vehicles have a lower ground clearance than internal combustion engine vehicles. That means they're more susceptible to damage from the things like ramps when loading a vehicle. Care must be taken in identifying these vehicles before boarding to ensure damage is not sustained to the battery. Any damage to any part of the battery increases the risk of fire. Physical damage to the battery can lead to thermal runaway. Electric vehicles which have been damaged should not be loaded. Charging the battery while on board is very dangerous and can increase the likelihood of a thermal runaway fire. Do not allow charging any electric vehicle on your vessel. Fumes given off by lithium-ion batteries are toxic. Gas masks are necessary when fighting the fire. When fighting a lithium-ion battery vehicle fire with water, substantially higher quantities of water are required in comparison to an internal combustion vehicle fire. The water must also be applied for a longer period of time. There's the risk of reignition. Using other methods, such as a car fire blanket designed to extinguish electric vehicle fires, may help. A damaged high-voltage battery can create rapid heating of the battery cells. If you notice hissing, whistling, or popping, a possible sweet chemical smell, and then black smoke, then white vapor coming from the high-voltage battery, assume thermal runaway has occurred. Directly attacking the fire with water hoses and breaking open the battery requires specialist training and equipment. Do not attempt this without extensive training and practice. Electric vehicles are in real trouble. The insurance rates are higher than for internal combustion engine cars due to the risk of intense fires, the higher cost of repairs, and the cost of replacement batteries. Electric vehicles are much more likely to be totaled after an accident, and repairing them takes much longer than for an internal combustion engine. Be very careful about putting an EV in your garage, especially with a built-in charging station. 10 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Indeed, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Make sure you store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And Philip jumps back in here. Yes, sir.
Hey, buddy, I had to call back when you started talking about that thermal runaway. We've talked about those ships that have caught a fire.
Yep.
We've had, that I know of, at least 2 of them. If not, I think there's been 3 of them this year. We actually had one here in the U.S. that actually killed a few firefighters. The problem that I see with those cars is they haven't made the cars to the point where that battery can be taken out and the car be transported without the battery in it. And I think that's one of the problems that they have with the batteries as far as the transportation into the deal goes. They need to make some kind of carrier that will carry the car, because you can't just roll that car on. If it doesn't have the battery, it's not going to be able to get onto the ship. Have some kind of carrier for that car to put it in the ship, take it to where it needs to go, and then take it off, and then transport the batteries in another vehicle. That is the issue that they're going to run into with the trucks. Those lithium batteries, you remember those little hoverboards? I talked about it months ago with you, Steve, about the little hover things that you could stand on, that they had fires in those, and those with lithium batteries in those, and they had the same kind of problem, this thermal runaway. Basically what happens is the cells break inside, and they start making more energy. And they make more energy, it causes heat. When it causes more heat, it causes fire, and then there's no way to take it away. It's kind of like a lot of the old-time drivers that are out there, and they'll know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like back in the day when the mechanical engines would run away, and they wouldn't shut off. The fuel pump kept going, and just wouldn't shut off until the motor blew, or you had to figure out some way to kill it. And it's the same thing with those batteries. There is a chain reaction that happens in those batteries when they get broken, and it causes this thermal runaway. And when it causes it, the energy's got to go somewhere. It's just like a nuclear bomb. Remember that movie, Steve? What was it? Thermonuclear War?
Yep,
remember that movie? That was a long time ago?
War Games.
Okay? That is the same concept. War Games, absolutely. That is the same concept. Nuclear war was the same way. There's a thermal fusion that happens during the nuclear bomb going off, and that energy's got to go somewhere, and it causes an explosion that you see. Okay, and that's what happens. It's chemical reactions. You just don't play with stuff. I think that they need to go to something other than lithium. The lithium is really, it's crazy. It's expensive metal. It's hard to get anymore because of this, and they're making everything out of it, from little A-cell batteries to car batteries, you name it's made out of lithium. And it's really hard to get. And guess what, folks? Who owns the most lithium in the world? The Chinese folks own the most lithium in the world. They have the supply of it. So it's one of those things that we got to watch. I think personally Elon needs to worry about making a battery out of something else. I know the lithium is better for it, but you have chemical reactions, and you have Joe Schmo that runs it up on a curb, damages the bottom of the car, which damages the battery, causes thermal runaway, and the car catches on fire and it burns down. I'm really surprised, Steve, that they don't have it in the airport garages an open garage for electrical cars. They are electrical cars being stored in their garages, and nobody thought about that one, now did they? So that's all I got. Food for thought. Y'all have a good one. Thanks for having me, bud.
Obviously, thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate you being with us heading into work this Monday. All right, NFL, week number 12, right? I guess we'll close things out tonight, Monday night, with Monday Night Football, which will face, we'll have the Bears facing the Vikings, 8:15 Eastern. But this past day, who did we have? Dolphins over the Jets, 34-13, the final there. Packers over the Lions. That was, of course, Thursday, Thanksgiving Day. Had our several games of Thanksgiving. Cowboys took care of the Commanders, 45-10. It was lastly 49ers over the Seahawks, 31-13. Again, yesterday, Colts over the Buccaneers. It's been a rough season for those Bucs. 27-20 the final. Giants over the Patriots, 10-7. Yes, Steelers knocking off those Bengals, 16-10. Tennessee, Titans over the Panthers, 17-10. Falcons over the Saints, 24-15 the final in that. Rams over the Cardinals, 37-14. Broncos down in the Browns, 29-12. Eagles over the Bills, overtime, 37-34. Yeah, the final there. Sunday night game, right? And had the Chiefs over the Raiders, 31-17. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A young Israeli-American child is among the hostages being reunited with family members after being released on the third day of a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. President Biden confirmed 4-year-old Abigail Edan arrived safely back in Israel today in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. Speaking to reporters in Nantucket, Massachusetts, Biden said he's hopeful a 4-day truce can be extended so all of the hostages, including other Americans, can safely return to their families. More humanitarian aid's being delivered to people struggling in war-torn Gaza. The Palestinian Red Crescent Society says it received 187 trucks from the Egyptian Red Crescent Saturday. A convoy, they said, was loaded with much-needed food, water, medicine, and emergency medical supplies. Pope Francis delivered his Sunday prayer and message from the chapel of his Vatican residence instead of from the balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square. The Pope's remarks were televised on a jumbotron so he didn't have to venture outside in the cold while suffering from the flu. The 86-year-old Francis went to a Rome hospital Saturday for a scan that ruled out lung complications. The Pope is still scheduled to travel to Dubai later in the week to attend the UN Climate Change Conference. President Joe Biden had a busy day on Friday with briefings on the hostage release in Gaza, where the first phase went well. Despite the serious discussions, Biden later joined in traditional day after Thanksgiving festivities on Nantucket, including lunch with his family, shopping at local stores, and participating in the town's Christmas tree lighting. Biden's White House kept the president up to date all weekend long with any developments in the Israeli-Hamas ceasefire. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Holiday shoppers are expected to spend billions of dollars online this year. Adobe Analytics estimated nearly $9.6 billion would be spent on Black Friday, and of course, tomorrow is Cyber Monday. Holiday shopping deals keep popping up earlier in November each year. The trend took off in 2020 with the pandemic during a time when more deals were being pushed online to prevent large crowds in stores. A Florida retailing expert says shopping will be up and some prices will be down at least a little bit during the holiday shopping season.
Prices have fallen a lot on TVs and printers. So if you actually look at a circular on that or you look online, the prices are going way down.
University of South Florida marketing professional Carol Osborne says shoppers are heading back to brick and mortar stores to check out merchandise. Even though they may finish the purchases online, the shopping forecast is a 3% increase in retail sales. Google Maps is introducing a revamped color scheme with roadways now appearing in shades of gray instead of white and yellow. Parks and grassy areas are a slightly brighter green, while water is now a more turquoise blue. Despite mixed options about the new aesthetics, Google Maps has enhanced features, including additional information on electric vehicle charging stations and improved search capabilities. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regen, engines, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, no doubt getting to be that time of year when you need that winter defense. EDT Plus. I don't mention it often enough. Of course, being a listener to this program, you can order online at hotshotsecret.com. Save 10% off your entire order using the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. Now, that 10% would be on top of the 10% that's always available for first responders, veteran or active duty military personnel, and CDL holders. Now we're talking 20% off your entire order. HotShotSecret.com. Brain Dad back on board.
Thanks, Steve. But no, that city councilman, how in the world are you not paying attention to this? I mean, are you watching like Channel 13, Channel 5, any of the other news channels? I mean, why does the news station have to come to you instead of you stepping up and doing something? I mean, how many more people does it need to take to complain?
Well, are they
only focused on worried about how? Go ahead.
Yeah, at the same time, how many lawsuits have been filed? I mean, realistically, a city council member not knowing your chief of police, your police department as a whole have been sued, and they've got a handful of lawsuits going.
Mm-hmm.
And he's totally unaware.
And he makes he makes a valid point. Well, when do we get the TBI involved, or the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation? When do we get the feds involved? Hey, why aren't you calling them? Why, because obviously these companies, it's falling on deaf ears. I mean, what has to happen? FedEx? This happened to happen to FedEx? Because honestly, if anything was to happen to FedEx, they're all over it. Oh, FedEx truck gets booted. Hey, you know what? They'll be down there tearing him a new a-hole in about 3.2 seconds. It's like with the what happened that Saturday night when that FedEx truck got broken into. Everybody paid attention to that. What about all the other stores that got hit? They had a store got hit the other night for $10,000 in merchandise that got hit. Why aren't we doing anything about this? And it's like they had a woman here tonight. I saw a story. Her bond is set for $140,000 for being part of a ring of breaking into businesses like this and stealing merchandise. Hello, we caught one. Let's get more of these people. You're hurting the small businesses too. But back to what I was going to say too, Steve, is that when does it end? Coke making a delivery there. Hey, there goes their truck. I mean, where does it end? I mean, I'm honestly scared. If I wasn't working for Kroger, and I'm honestly scared too at night to pull up to these places, go in and get a cup of coffee and keep riding. I'd rather go to West Memphis. I'd rather go somewhere out of the city of Memphis, even though these places are literally like a half mile down the road from me. How do I know that my truck's going to be there the second I come back to the truck getting a cup of coffee? These Muslims are the ones that own these stations, and I guarantee you, the owner of the record company went out there and flashed a couple dollars at them to sign the contract, because as all those people know, you flash a couple bucks at them, and they're going to take advantage of it. If it's their advantage, they're going to want it. I did propane deliveries, like the little grill bottle propane, to those stores. you walk up to them and, you're trying to carry on a conversation. They don't understand English. But the second you mention that 4-letter F word, and I don't mean the nasty one, I mean the good one called free, they'll talk to you like you're their best friend. I mean, that's pretty much all they know. And, and like I said before, too, that one record company I told you, PB&J, they got in trouble for doing the same crap this guy's doing. And I think he got put out of business, if I'm not mistaken, because he was literally going to these apartment complexes, and a lot of the big apartment complexes, you got a parking pass with a number on it. And he was towing out people that paid their rent up. People were on time and current with their rent, towed their car off. For no reason. So, I mean, like I said, there's got to be some form of reform, and, this guy here's poking the bear, and it's interesting to see and watch, too, Steve. But I think I was going to also mention this to you, Steve. Now you had that article about the bird flu, if I remember right.
Yes, sir.
Earlier? Okay. Well, Steve, I need all the help I can get right now, buddy. We went over to Dingbat's family's house for the holidays, and I ran into one of her relatives that I haven't met. And she one of them big-legged gals, right?
Yeah.
So she started coughing and carrying on. You know how allergies kind of catch on to you, And she goes, I don't know what's wrong with me. I said, well, what's wrong? You got swine flu? Out of me.
There you go. It's 12 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Well, they laughed when then President Ronald Reagan made weapons in space a priority. Yeah, they called it the Star Wars program, you recall? Yeah, there was even more derision when it came to former President Trump's Space Force. There was an entire television series dedicated to mocking it. Perhaps, however, they won't be laughing so hard now that Israel has made history by launching the first combat act that took place entirely in outer space. According to Fox News, the Arrow 3 interceptor missile saw its first operational use on November the 9th. This news just came out like last Friday. The Arrow 3, jointly developed by the U.S. and Israel, is an exo-atmospheric defense system which can intercept ballistic missiles when they're outside our atmosphere. In this case, the missile was fired by Houthi rebels in Yemen, according to the Times of Israel. The eco-atmospheric interception happened over the Red Sea, according to the IDF forces. When this system was declared operational back in 2017, Reuters called the Arrow 3 a Star Wars-like extension of Israel's capabilities to outer space, where incoming missiles can safely be destroyed. However, while the Arrow 3 has been part of Israel's shield against missiles and rockets for 6 years, this encounter November 9th was the first time the missile actually saw combat usage. 2 other missiles have been shot down by the Arrow system in the past few years, but these interceptions, one of a rocket fired from Gaza, the other, the Houthi-fired missile from Yemen, used the earlier iteration of the system, which was the Arrow 2, which does not leave the atmosphere. Via social media, there were reports of the launch being caught on a car's camera. The Arrow system, produced by Israel Aerospace Industries, is the top tier of their multi-layered integrated air defenses focused on incoming ballistic missiles. Arrow 3, the most advanced variant currently in service. Arrow 2 had its first successful intercept on Halloween. The Arrow 3 system was recently sold to Germany as Berlin sought a solution to threats in the wake of the conflict in Ukraine. Now, Israel has announced they're actually working on an Arrow 4 system to build on the success of the Arrow 3. Taking the war to outer space, a new frontier, to put it mildly. Less than 100 years ago, ballistic warfare was as advanced as lobbing artillery at the other side of the trenches. Now we've come to the point where two sides can face each other in outer space. Now, given that Israel is already on the Arrow 4 and other countries have similar system, acts of war will increasingly be taking place outside the atmosphere, especially when several conflicts threaten to metastasize and go global. Other players, aside from the U.S. and Israel, will look to beef up their capabilities to deploy weapons outside the atmosphere. No, Star Wars did not come to pass, and Space Force has seen mostly modest progress. But looking toward the stars was not wrong, either, as the IDF has proved in their fight against extremist aggressors. They laughed at the time, I recall. Yeah, Ronald Reagan. And yes, Space Force under Donald Trump. It's all funny stuff, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You know, when you grow up in a village the size of Ludowici like I did, you make friends that are solid and hard and fast, and they last you all a life. We've lived in a lot of big cities around the countryside. We live in New York and Buffalo and all kinds of big places. And in the big towns, you make acquaintances. But in the little towns, in the villages of the United States, you make friends. And there's a big difference. And I grew up in a little town. And the family that I was closest to in Ludowici was the Fergusons. There was Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of them all. There's Mr. Green Ferguson and his wife, Miss Agnes. And there was 9 Ferguson kids. And I grew up loving that whole family of Fergusons. And my closest friend was, and still is to this day, Raymond Coote Ferguson. Raymond and I was born on the same day, 10 minutes apart, and I literally grew up like a twin brother to Raymond Ferguson. We went to school together, and we hunted together, and we fished together, and we stayed in trouble together all our lives. Raymond stayed in more trouble than I did. Mr. Green or Mr. Bass or somebody was always hollering at him, "Damn it, Ray, get out of there. Damn it, Ray, don't do that." Or, "Damn it, Ray, come on over here." And we just naturally started calling him Damn it, Ray. Damn it, Ray Ferguson. It nearly about came his legal name. He got carried away. Damn it, Ray was and is my best friend. Now, Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of the Fergusons, had a filling station and a store right down the road from Ludowici near a little town called Doctortown, a little community called Doctortown. Our store was about a quarter mile off the highway between Ludowici and Jessup. When you drove up to the store, off to the left was where folks would park when they'd come and they was going to visit for a while. And then off to the right, there was a little path that ran down around the side of that store, and it had a little 2-rail fence along there, and it was whitewashed. Mr. Bass had decorated that fence. He'd hung some tires on it and decorated the whole thing, whitewashed it all, and it was beautiful. One of the biggest gum trees in all of Long County, Georgia, sitting right alongside that little path. Big branches spreading shade out over the benches where the setters and spitters and whittlers would sit on an afternoon. There was an old grease rack, and there was a little path that led off to the back of that little country store. That store was just a little old whitewashed 3-room building. Well, now, in the back of that store, down that little path, there was 2 privies. Now, since the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store was one of the few stops between Savannah and Jessup, well, Mr. Bass got the traffic from most of the log trucks that come by, and he'd get a carload of tourists every now and then. He got all the folks from Doctortown and Ludowici itself. And, of course, the Greyhound bus would stop there twice a day, Monday through Saturday, and 3 times on Sunday. Well, Mr. Bass had built 2 privies, 2 3-hole privies for the convenience of his patrons. Now, friends, let me tell you that a 2-hole privy was a sign of rich folks in Long County, Georgia. But 3-hole privies was unheard of. There wasn't another one in all of South Georgia. Well, them 2 3-hole privies was the pride and joy of all of us in Middle Long County, Georgia. In 1947, when me and Dammit Ray was 14 years old, Dammit Ray sent off to Jacksonville, Florida, and he got one of them kits that you can make a radio and a loudspeaker out of. Dammit Ray liked electrical things. He was a tinkerer, and he fooled around with stuff all the time, and he made himself this radio and loudspeaker set. When he finished that kit, he had him a radio that would pick up WSB in Atlanta, Georgia, and WBT in Charlotte, and the Grand Ole Opry on WSM, and WWL in New Orleans, pick up all the way from down there. We used to get together at night, and we'd listen to mystery programs. We'd listen to Grand Central Station and Inner Sanctum and Mr. District Attorney, and every now and then Dammit Ray would fling that switch, and he'd holler in there like scare us all right out of our drawers. We'd be sitting there listening to that radio. Well, one week, Mr. Bass went into Savannah on the bus, and he came back. That was the most thrilled man I ever saw in my life. He had been to the Greyhound bus station in Atlanta, Georgia, and they had them a PA system where they could announce when the bus was going to leave. And he had gone and bought one of them kits and brought it back and give it to Dammit Ray and me and said, build me one of them loudspeaker systems that I can use at the Rainbow Filling Station garage and grocery store. So for the next 2 weeks, me and Dammit Ray worked on building that loudspeaker system. Well, come the big day, man, we got out there and we strung wires and we put that loudspeaker in, and Mr. Bass had gone to Jessup and he'd bought some car radio speakers out of an old junkyard. He had about 6 of them. And we put one of them up underneath the eaves of the store pointing out toward the road, run them wires across the top of that little whitewash fence with them tires hanging on up into that gum tree and cross back down into them 2 privies. Mr. Bass had wired his filling station, garage, and grocery store for a PA system. Well, Saturday morning was the big day, the first day we was going to use it. We all got down there about 10 o'clock. Mr. Green, Ferguson, Dammit Ray's daddy was there. Me and my daddy got down there. And you can't imagine, half of Long County, Georgia was there for the celebration. Man, it was going to be the first day that we was going to use the loudspeaker system. Well, about 10 o'clock we got there, and the first bus was due in at 11, and we all wanted to be there early so we wouldn't miss anything. Folks were milling around and drinking them knee-high sodas, and there was a few fellers that had started a little bit early on some of that wonderful corn whiskey that's made down there. That flock of chickens was strutting around in the front, and that old black and tan hound with the mange and the infected ear was laying right in the middle of that path that went back to them privies, and folks were swapping stories, waiting on that bus to come from Savannah. 11:10, that Greyhound bus pulled in, and all them folks kind of let out a little cheer. And the folks come piling off the bus, and they were all smiling and grinning and wondering what was going on. And that bus driver got off, and we told him what was happening, and he was as thrilled as we were, because he's from Drawdy, Georgia, his own self, and that ain't as big as Ludowici. So he was delighted. Well, we was all standing around there, and they was drinking them soda pops and having a time, and me and Dammit Ray was manning the microphone inside the Rainbow Filling Station garage and grocery store. And about 4 or 5 minutes before that bus was due to leave, we seen the most hugest fat lady go walking down that path toward that little 2 3-hole privies back there. She had on a yellow dress with orange and brown flowers all over it. She had on one of them Carmen Miranda hats, had bananas and apples and grapes all sticking out of the top of it, had about a number 6 wash bucket size purse on her arm, and she was going to be the first one to hear the loudspeaker system. And we watched her real good. She went in that pink 3-hole privy and shut the door, and we give her about a minute and a half to get herself all settled. And folks, the door of that privy just kind of blew right off the hinges. Woo! That fat woman comes screaming up that thing. She come out of there like she had a bee in her drawers. She is trying to pull her drawers up and her dress down with one hand and hold on her hat with the other and hang on to her purse too. And she'd throwed that toilet paper right up in there and it was hanging on one of them nanners and stringing along behind her. She come running up that path. She hit that, bounced off that old dog with the mange and the infected ear, tripped over him, bumped into that gum tree, bounced off that grease rack and just kind of drove herself in one of them tires. That old hound jumped up and looked over there and seen that skirt up over her head and them drawers, them old Martha White drawers hanging down around. He thought he'd treed the coon. Oh! He commenced to bellering and hollering. That bus driver was crying, and he run over there and he shut his eyes and he tried to get her unstuck from that tire she was stuck in. My daddy got to laughing and he tripped over one of them hoses and fell right face first and killed 6 of them chickens that was strutting around there. And me and Dammit Ray set off to running. Mr. Green come running out of that store and he grabbed up a 1x4 and he jerked up Dammit Ray by the straps of them overalls and he whooped him, beat him, turned him upside down over one of them log truck wheels and started whooping on him. And I was crying and laughing, and I seen my daddy coming, and I quit laughing and started crying full time. And I run over and I grabbed Mr. Green and I said, Mr. Green, don't beat Dammit Ray no more. I'll tell you what happened. We had run them wires back down to that pink 3-hole privy, and we had put them speakers down inside that hole. And we give that fat lady about a minute and a half to get herself settled, and Dammit Ray snatched up that microphone and he hollered in it and he said, come on, lady, move over to one of them other holes. I'm trying to paint down here.
That would be classic Charlie Douglas. Me and Dammit Ray. On a Monday, it's 844-844-3388. I see Joseph joined us here. Roll Tide. Yeah, we talked in the first hour, if you weren't with us. Yeah, Big Ed, conversing big college football weekend. Yeah, there's still a possibility that Tide could make their way into the playoffs. Yeah, there's a possibility Ohio State could make their way back in. Everybody's going to need some help, though. What are the odds of things coming together? I'd say they're, in my opinion, they're pretty slim. Yeah, nonetheless, the possibilities do still exist. All right, when we come back from news break, just ahead here, New York State Police asking for help in locating a newer white Volvo truck that was involved in a fatal pedestrian hit-and-run crash weekend before Thanksgiving. We'll give you all the details coming up after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The chair of the House Committee on Intelligence says American hostages should have been among the first to be released from Hamas. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Republican Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio said the White House needed to make that a condition of the deal that has resulted in a temporary ceasefire. Reaction is coming in over Saturday night's shooting in Vermont of 3 students of Palestinian descent. Burlington police say their investigation is in the early stages and have not publicly said if they have a motive. While authorities haven't indicated whether or not they're calling it a hate crime, the Council on American Islamic Relations announced it's offering a $10,000 reward for the arrest and conviction of the perpetrator or perpetrators. The Kiss End of the Road tour is back on the road. The band had to cancel his final 2 shows while Paul Stanley was sidelined with a bout of the flu. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back to New York, where state police are asking for a bit of help. State police say a fatal pedestrian strike occurred sometime between 9:30 p.m. on November 17th and 5 a.m. on the 18th in the village of Bath. Police believe a 2019 or newer white Volvo VNL struck a 40-year-old. John W. Viviano, westbound I-86. This is near the exit 38. That's where he was discovered deceased at the scene. Troopers say the Volvo did not stop after striking him. But they do know the truck will have some pretty significant damage to the front passenger side because the fog light and assembly, the fender mirror, part of the front hood radiator grill, and other vehicle parts were located at the scene there. So that's about all they know. They do say if you have any information, you're asked to call the New York State Police. All right, well, I thought I hit a deer is probably what they would say, right? Thought I hit a deer. Scarecrow, how was your Thanksgiving? Gobble, gobble.
Well, it came and went too fast, but in the same token, yes, it was well received, Steve. By Friday, we were talking, we pretty much had a weekend already, Thursday and Friday, and and it was a really good feeling knowing, man, we still got a Saturday and Sunday ahead of us yet. Yeah, no, it went well. I think I finally got most of the Christmas lights hung with care. Although I know there's at least one string of lights and a couple extension cords and some other accessories laying out there under a couple inches of snow that I got a pretty good feeling where I could find them. If I don't find them, Steve, I know the snowblower will find them when I get try widening the driveway a little bit. But I'm thinking that maybe what we did receive Saturday it'll come to melt off and clear up the next few days and such. But I think I probably asked you before. Damn it, Steve. Is that a phrase ever spoken in the Summers household, or was it more like darn it, Steve?
I think the first iteration would be more correct.
Oh, it wasn't like, oh, Steve, you're such a darling, or Steve, you're such an angel. Nah, that don't fit, does it?
No.
Oh, man. So, yeah, listen, excuse me. Wait a minute here. Is that better now?
That would be a bit better, yeah.
I just realized my mic was over my head yet. I've pulled that before, and you've never said anything. But so either way, here. Anyway, you and Captain Ron there were talking about some older gal that was performing like during halftime or such. Some 77-year-old girl that. Ron he's pretty impressed by her abilities and such there. And now I heard him say, Steve, he wishes he could perform as limber and whatnot as what this girl was. Well, Steve, he's going to have to get rid of them clogs first. And secondly, it sounds like he's probably going to have to get some of those heels like this gal was wearing. Now, I'm sure there's a bunch of listeners that just went with that deer in the headlight look. There's an image that should scare every one of us there, in my world anyway. Ron, I know you're listening, so you take the advice here. Oh, Steve, I suppose 3-4 weeks back, I think I made note of. I had a black ice incident, black ice / come to Jesus moment that I never ever wanted to have to go through again. It was such that no input from the steering wheel would change direction. The truck was totally out of control. Now I keep my fifth wheel, greased regular and such, but regardless, it would just bound tight enough that the steer tires would not, change the flight path there. But all came to pass, and another black ice moment happened yesterday. Steve, I mentioned we got a couple inches of snow. Saturday night. Now we were in this 15% band that at 15% it all day yesterday too, by the way. And, just flurries and dusting, but it just kept coming down. We never did see any sunshine. The clouds never really did part. But, the driveway and roads and such, they were warm enough that it really didn't start sicking until about the last inch of snowfall. Now, like I say, this black ice deal, it was not on the interstate or the state highways or even a county trunk. No, it happened to be in the Crow's Nest driveway. And it didn't even involve a vehicle, Steve. Now, yesterday, Monday mornings is our refuse pickup. And every other week we also have the recycling and such. And these are both pretty good size, trash cans and on wheels like most communities have. Well, as always, in tandem, I had the heavier one in front of me and the recycling bin behind me kind of pushing on my butt. And about a third of the way down the driveway, I'm looking at that thinking, throughout the day, any other time that what snow was on there would have melted away and they'd have had a dry driveway. But no, we never had enough, didn't have enough solar gain that partway down that drive, and it's about a 300-foot long run. And it's about a 40-foot rise in that distance, so it's a pretty good, grade. But it wasn't. It's not glare ice, Steve. It's kind of chunky and whatnot. But regardless, enough that once you're in motion, you're not going to stop. And in this case, all I could think of, where is all this recycling stuff going to go? Where is the trash going to land? And how much is this going to hurt when I make contact with the ground or scoot across the town road into the ditch? But fortunately, I was able to steer. The lead garbage can I just let go on its own and steered it. And the back one, I kind of went upright with it also. And so it was kind of like a little convoy there. Had my front door, I rode rocking chair, and we had the back door. And we lived to tell about it.
How about that?
So, yeah, that kind of capped my weekend. But yeah, we've had our first real taste of winter. You talk about that wind earlier in the program. Yeah, I'll attest to that. When I got to our yard last night, we had 27 degrees, but that wind and little snow in there, it's that case where you pull your stocking cap down as far as it'll go, and you lean into it. You know how you kind of raise your shoulder to bring your collar up as far as you can, and my thoughts had been, well, I'm going to have a clear windshield after sitting all day. Well, no, now we got to clamber around with an ice scraper and chisel that clear, but it's all part of living in God's country, USA, I guess. Anyway, on a serious note here, Steve, and you may have read this last week, but it seems that our representatives in Washington, our administration, for as much damage as they've done to this country and how we've been spiraling downward. Well, they've thrown some more grits at the fan. They have told the Southern Guard, so to speak, immigrant control and such, that anytime they are addressing an invader / future voter / illegal, anytime they're addressing them, they're no longer to address them as sir, ma'am, Mr., Mrs. They're supposed to be even the woke approach. We're going to kiss their ass even some more, Steve. They're inviting the invaders into our country, sending them abroad, and now we're supposed to, kiss their ass by not discriminating in any means or form. Where else can he take us? It just
right.
It just hard to believe, but it just no, we don't even wonder anymore. We just wait for the next shoe to fall. So Other than that, Steve, can't really think of anything else. You got all your lights hung, I assume. You had a whole weekend there.
That would be a negatory. I didn't hang the first light.
Oh, damn football, huh? Well, either way, you're treading on thin water or thin ice with the princess by now, I would think. Does she have to remind you again?
Why even put them up? It's already the 27th of November, and it's less than a month. Why mess with it?
Well, maybe you'll learn this the time around. You just leave them up there over the summer.
There you go.
You know, Christmas 24 will come around. That's all I really got for you.
All right. So, thank you much, Scarecrow.
If some wisdom comes around, we'll get back, but we'll leave it alone.
Thank you much on a Monday, yes. And it, of course, yes, quiet Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Daryl's going to check in here momentarily. It's that time of year, right? Especially with the holidays, all the millions of travelers that are going to be now returning to the home. 20 kids going to be going back to school today. And it's technically, you really begin to ramp up cold and flu season. Ever been tempted to maybe purchase one of these home air filters? It's supposed to clean all the bacteria, the germs, lessening the likelihood that you'll pass around some airborne viruses in your home. This may convince you it's not necessary. A new review finds they do not appear to reduce your risk of catching an airborne virus. Technologies designed to make indoor spaces safer from infection are not effective in the real world, according to researchers from the University of East Anglia in the UK. They analyzed data from 32 prior studies where air treatment technologies were tested in real-world settings like schools or nursing facilities. The kind of technologies that we considered including filtration, germicide lights, ionizers, and other ways to safely remove viruses or maybe deactivating them in the breathable air. All the data combined revealed the filter systems did nothing to keep people from catching airborne respiratory or GI infections. In short, we found no strong evidence that air treatment technologies are likely to protect people in real-world settings. The combined evidence was that these technologies do not stop or even reduce illness. Our findings are disappointing, but it's vital that public health decision makers have the big picture, the full picture. This study was published last week in the journal Preventative Medicine. Researchers did note that all the studies in their review dated from prior to the COVID pandemic. None of the studies of air treatment started during the COVID era have yet been published. Hopefully, those studies that have been done during COVID will be published soon, and we'll have a more informed picture. We can make more informed judgment about the value of some of these air treatment and what impacts they may have had during the pandemic. But just for your general knowledge, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration,
reasons.
The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, let's check in with Daryl, see how his Thanksgiving weekend went. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Family doing well. Stryker doing well. Everybody doing good. Had a good Thanksgiving weekend.
I took a little trip to Louisville yesterday. My son lives in Louisville, my son Conway.
Yeah.
And, man, my heart goes out to the truckers that make that trip every day. That's a rough road, and they closed most of the rest areas. Have you been to I-71 to Louisville lately?
I know there's a lot of construction going on. Seems like it's been going on forever, but is that what you call all the construction down there?
Yeah, and I always stop at the rest area just outside of Louisville, about 15 miles, and they had that closed down. And I went by the racetrack yesterday, and I wondered if they still have any type of races out there in the summertime.
There at Sparta? No, I think Sparta just sits there vacant. Oh, I mean, I don't think there's nothing going on there.
You can see the stands from the highway, and man, somebody lost some money on that deal somehow or other.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Sad.
My son takes me to the Mid-America Truck Show when we go down. We spend about a half a day down there since he lives there. And he takes me over, and I don't have to worry about the parking. But I remember seeing the hydrogen trucks there about 6 years ago. They may not have had an engine in them, but they had the truck there, and they said it was a hydrogen truck. And I noticed they've got a few of those on the road today. Have you been following any of the hydrogen semis?
I haven't seen one out on the road, actually.
I believe that they have some on the road now. Scarecrow was talking about he's taking out his garbage on the black ice. I've got a neighbor down 2 or 3 houses, and he went to the Reds opening day baseball game and came home after a few beers and was taking his out, and that thing flung him clean out into the street, and he cut his hand on that plastic garbage can and had to go to the hand surgeon the next day.
Wow.
So I was identifying with his story of taking garbage out on black ice. My wife fell on black ice a few years ago while she was teaching school and broke her arm. So I used to travel down in Arkansas. I sold auto parts for 10 years and drove a panel truck, and I drove a lot on black ice early in the morning. You can drive on it, but you can't stop on it. Well, you have a great rest of November, and hope you have a happy December, Steve.
Thank you.
Be listening to you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you checking in this Monday morning, Daryl. Yep. I did mention in hour one when we were talking about the halftime show came up there at the Cowboys game, right? And I guess we weren't the only ones to notice. It seemed like Dolly was kind of having a difficult time standing up there. And I come across a report this morning. The mystery behind why Dolly clung onto the stage during the halftime show at the Cowboys game Thanksgiving has been solved. The iconic singer, recipient of 11 Grammy Awards, wowing the crowd at AT&T Stadium Thanksgiving Day. A stunning performance. Hits like Jolene and 9 to 5, all while wearing that Cowboys cheerleader outfit. However, observant fans noticed she occasionally was gripping parts of the stage. NFL reporter Jane Slater has disclosed the cause of this situation, asserting that Parton was initially intended to have a stand in her support, but it did not materialize as planned. Taking to her Instagram story, Slater defended Dolly, stating, "For those criticizing her for simply holding on, she was supposed to come out of the star and have a stand supporting her. Unfortunately, it did not pan out. Despite the absence of backing, Dolly preserved and delivered yet another remarkable performance. However, it's likely she had a conversation with Jerry Jones regarding the situation." Now, I don't know about that. I guess sometimes things don't come together exactly as anticipated. But again, I was just kind of assuming that, this is a stage that just comes rolling out on the back of a flatbed or whatever, and probably not the most stable. And if you've got, there were dancers and whatnot. I thought the stage may have been kind of rocking, which that would make us all a little bit light on our feet, right? But she looked great, 77 years old, as always. So we were all kind of questioning as we were digesting our Thanksgiving, how many facelifts do you think Dolly's had? At 77, she's had a few, but looking mighty fine for 77 years old, I must admit. All right, with that final hour just ahead, clear lines at 844-844-3388 on a back-to-work Monday. Yes, all good weekends must come to an end. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The chair of the House Committee on Intelligence says American hostages should have been among the first to be released by Hamas. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Republican Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio said the White House needed to make that a condition of the deal that has resulted in a temporary ceasefire. Turner acknowledged the likelihood that Hamas is deliberately delaying the release of American hostages to use them as leverage for bargaining. Bad weather could hamper post-Thanksgiving travel.
Snow in the Midwest could cause travel troubles for folks returning from the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. So far, more than 200 flights delayed, more than 20 canceled across the country. Those numbers expected to rise as the weekend rolls on. Utah, for example, could see more than a foot of snow.
Pope Francis delivered his Sunday prayer and message from the chapel of his Vatican residence instead of from the balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square today. The Pope's remarks were televised on a jumbotron, so he didn't have to venture outside in the cold while suffering from the flu. The 86-year-old Francis went to a Rome hospital Saturday for a scan that ruled out lung complications. The Pope is still scheduled to travel to Dubai later in the week to attend the UN Climate Change Conference. We all have and love leftovers from Thanksgiving, but how long do we have before we should toss them out if we haven't eaten them yet?
Everyone is reminded to be safe when eating Thanksgiving leftovers. According to the Department of Health and Human Services, that food can safely be eaten up to 4 days if it was properly refrigerated and not left out for more than a couple of hours. I'm Skip Kelly.
Good news for KISS fans. The KISS End of Road Tour is back on the road. The band had to cancel its final 2 shows in Canada on Friday because Paul Stanley was sidelined with a bout of the flu. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A woman on methamphetamines tried to open the emergency door to a plane 10 hours into a Korean air flight. The flight was over the Pacific when the 26-year-old woman, high on the stimulant, became paranoid and agitated and ran to the emergency exit door and tried to force it open. Passengers say flight attendants wrestled her to the floor and restrained her. Airport police took her into custody when the plane landed safely several hours later. Cops reportedly had her tested and determined she was high on methamphetamine. It's apparently the 3rd time this year that a passenger has tried to open an emergency door on a Korean flight. The cost of eggs might be on the rise.
Due to a confirmed case of bird flu in a flock of 1.35 million chickens in Ohio's Union County, the U.S. Department of Agriculture has ordered the slaughter of all affected birds to contain the highly contagious virus, affecting several large egg farms in Iowa, Minnesota, and now Ohio. The widespread culling aims to control the virus spread, particularly among wild birds. I'm Skip Kelly.
A project manager, Tavis Rogers, fired by Newmont Mining Corporation for missing a COVID-19 vaccination deadline, has filed a lawsuit alleging religious discrimination. Rogers, employed for 7 months, raised concerns about the vaccination requirement issued in November 2021. He sought permission to work remotely. The company did not accommodate his request. leading to his termination. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, final hour. Let's get it off and rolling. Steve checks in from Columbus. Good morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. Hope everybody's Thanksgiving was a good time. Time spent with family, delicious food. Yes, the 4-day weekend has come and gone way too fast. As always. We needed an extra day or two. Anyway, the coffee's hot, car's warmed up. Suppose it's time to head into town, see what we can find in the metal today. Enjoy your Monday. Thank you much, Steve. Hope you had that enjoyable turkey dinner, right? You are what you eat. Industry headlines. 2 Iowa trucking companies are being sued for racketeering and fraud for allegedly obtaining cheap labor from South Africa through the use of a fictitious cattle feeding operation. The lawsuit was filed in U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Iowa by a nonprofit organization, Farm Worker Justice, and the Iowa Legal Aid. Named as defendants are Kuchenbecker Excavating and H&S Farms Livestock, their owners, and a Tennessee work placement company, Golden Opportunities International. Yeah, they're accused of conspiracy and racketeering activities involving numerous acts of visa fraud, wire fraud, and fraud in foreign labor contracting, which are all ongoing and continue to be present. One of the attorneys for Farm Worker Justice said Friday that the practices alleged in the lawsuit appear to be relatively common in the agriculture industry. Generally speaking, companies have often, through different means, employed different types of fraud to evade the restrictions imposed on the use of temporary migrant workers in this country. They hire migrant workers, in theory, for seasonal agriculture work as a way to obtain cheap labor. The visa status makes them far less likely to challenge any violations related to the visa program or the wage and hours laws. The lawsuit alleges 59-year-old Karel Hankum of South Africa was admitted to the U.S. under the government's H-2A temporary foreign worker visa program so he could perform labor for Kuchenbecker Excavating and H&S Farms Livestock. The 2 companies are alleged to have used him as a pawn in a fake agricultural enterprise between July of 2021 and June of this year to obtain the necessary H-2A guest worker visa. Apparently, the companies misled the Department of Labor as to his actual job duties. Instead of employing him as an agricultural worker, as allowed under the rules of the program, they put him to work as a long-haul truck driver. The lawsuit claims H&S Farms Livestock, which purported to be raising livestock, had no livestock whatsoever. Specifically, they allege that he first learned about the job in Iowa by talking with one of the company's employees on the phone. They allegedly promised him 75 hours of work per week on a farm hauling grain, chicken manure, and other agricultural commodities. The job was to pay $17 an hour plus housing and meals. He accepted the job, left his home in South Africa to come to Iowa, where he was put to work as a long-haul trucker, spending most of his nights in hotels while hauling loads of rock used to build a new runway at an Air Force base and hauling construction material for a bridge and a power station. Had to use his own money to pay for meals while he was on the road. His hourly wages were allegedly well below the prevailing wage for non-agricultural heavy truck driving. Yeah, there's much more to the story, and they kind of delve into that, but yeah, that's it. As they say, these sort of schemes appear to be relatively common, especially in the agricultural field. Would that be Hillbilly? How was your Thanksgiving?
It was good, Steve. How was your all's?
Had a good Thanksgiving. Thank you much.
Good deal. Yeah, I ate way too much Thursday. Then I had to go back to work Friday morning. That made it tough. Then I had the weekend off. Ate that one day in between the Thanksgiving and the weekend. Feels like a Monday.
Right? Yep.
If you know what I'm saying. But everything went well. That's the main thing. That's kind of interesting about that story you just read about that wages thing. I remember us having tobacco. We used to have migrant workers come up and help us in tobacco. It's hard to find good help anymore. That's the main reason we got out of it. It's just harder and harder to do it, and we're all getting older and we don't want to do it no more, if you know what I'm saying. But you do anything over the weekend besides put up Christmas lights, watch football, and slam Skullbusters?
It was pretty much, well, yeah, slam Skullbusters. I did not put up Christmas lights. I ate way too much on Thursday, watched way too much football. It was football weekend for me.
Yeah, I didn't watch the Ohio State game. I was going to, and we got busy doing stuff around the house and farm. I just completely forgot about it, and I looked up the score. I went, Michigan won.
Yeah.
Darn. So Ohio State's out, and Roll Tide's out now, unless they get back in.
Well, I mean, Ohio State bumped down to number 6. Alabama, even with their win, they're still at number 8. Yeah, Big Ed kind of explained there's a couple of ways. If either team's going to need some help to get back. Of course, Alabama's going to be playing Georgia next weekend. If they were to beat Georgia, yeah, they could find their way back into the playoffs.
I got you. And I watched the Bengals lose, which I was impressed with the quarterback. I mean, for being a backup quarterback, he didn't do a bad job, but made one crucial mistake, which I'm pretty well sure that cost them the game there because they were driving to make a touchdown or not the least a field goal to make it a 2-point lead. But what it meant to be, I mean, Steelers got a good defense. And when you let a free runner to the quarterback like they did 3 or 4 times, it's not good on them.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying. I'm like, why didn't anybody block that last sack? I'm like, why didn't anybody block them? No one touched them until you got to the quarterback. I'm like, my Lord. That was a communication failure or job, though. Somebody wasn't paying attention who their assignment was. But, oh well, it happens. I mean, like I said, backup quarterback, he didn't do a bad job, I didn't think.
Yeah, I didn't. I only got to see the first few minutes of the game, so I had to get some rest. I got to get my beauty rest to be up tonight, right?
Right. And I was watching the Facebook feed while I was eating my breakfast at the house this morning. What'd you do with my tire?
Oh, it's still in the bunker, but it's off screen now, if you notice there. Yeah, we got the whole Hot Shot Secret display behind us.
Right. You got the TV going with the display now, don't you? That's
Yeah,
brand new,
right.
I got you. That's the first time I got to watch you for any length of time. I'm like, oh, there's a lot of changes to the bunker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the TV thing. The plan is that will be able to run like actual advertisements. For some of the sponsors and run their ads kind of in the background while we're doing the thing live.
Okay. Cool.
Yep.
That's cool. All right, Steve. You have a good night or good morning, what do you want to call it, and catch you tomorrow night.
Thanks for checking in. Glad you had a good Turkey Day weekend. There you go. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, there's a lot we know about this universe that we live in. There's probably a lot more we do not know. I've come across, I find a lot of this stuff fascinating. But they say researchers have detected one of the most powerful cosmic rays ever seen slamming into the Earth. But they have no idea what caused it or where it came from. The extremely energetic particle, which has been named after a Japanese goddess, arrived from the direction of a void in the universe where almost nothing is known to exist, according to new research. Cosmic rays, what the heck are they? Highly energetic particles, mainly consisting of protons or helium nuclei that are constantly running through every square inch of the universe, including our bodies. But a small subsection of cosmic rays, which hit the Earth roughly once per square mile every year, are accelerated to even greater energy levels by some of the universe's most intense phenomena. These extra energetic particles known as ultra-high energy cosmic rays have at least one exaelectron volt, or 1 quintillion, that's a number 1 followed by 18 zeros, electron volts of energy, which is about 1 million times more energetic than the fastest particles from human-made particle accelerators. Researchers detected one of these supercharged cosmic rays with a big telescope array. Researchers from the Osaka Metropolitan University described this cosmic ray in a new study that will be published in the journal Science. I guess it was over the weekend, November the 21st. When we first discovered this extra high energy cosmic ray, we thought there must have been a mistake, as it showed an energy level unprecedented in the last 30 years, say the researchers. They're unsure exactly where the ray came from, but the arrival direction points back to, again, a void in the large-scale structure of the universe. This region has no known galaxies, nebulas, or other cosmic structures. It's possible the ray may have originated somewhere else and was deflected toward us by magnetic field surrounding a star or other massive object. But these cosmic rays are less likely to be deflected than some of the less energetic counterparts. It's also unclear what could have produced such a powerful cosmic ray. They've suggested several sources, possibly including the likes of a supernova explosion, black hole mergers, and pulsars. They said there's a lot more we don't know about what's out there versus what we actually do. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. First, let's get back to the calls. See what's happening with the Demon. How was your turkey day?
Went to the casino.
Oh, yeah?
I had tamales, a burrito, and some leftover Chick-fil-A nuggets. But I just, like I said, just went up there for a couple hours and sit at home. Didn't feel like going and visiting the family,
No, just...
I'd seen him on Saturday night. We had a wedding on Saturday night, and I told him, I said that was enough to see him, I want to go back and see him again on Thursday, so... and I never am one to take it, do much on Thanksgiving. I'd rather just kind of sit back and relax. I had to make a little short run to St. Louis on Tuesday night, pick up on Wednesday, and then so I got home, early Thursday morning. So I was kind of tired anyway. Didn't feel like doing anything. But it was my kind of Thanksgiving. Like I said, I went to the casino for 3 or 4 hours and donated. I was up for a little bit and then should have ran out the door when I was up about 1,000.
They took it all back.
But,
isn't it amazing how they'll do that? They'll take it back every time.
Yeah. But just real quick, anybody going north out of Houston on 45, when you get to Huntsville, the rest area, there's a truck laid over there. They're routing everybody through the rest area. If there's anybody down here, But what I called about was for anybody that's on the cruise, going on the cruise, on the horizon, they're actually offering the behind-the-scenes tour, and you can book it prior to getting on the ship instead of having to wait to do it when you get on. So if anybody is wanting to do that, it's a limited number that go on there. Like I said, you've been on there.
Yep.
But, and it's only on the horizon, which is the ship we're going on. They'll be able to take and book that prior to going on the cruise.
Okay.
I don't know when it's going to be available on the website or anything, but everybody kind of pay attention if anybody wants to do that. And, they're, like I said, it's just this
Just the ship we're going on right now is the only one they're gonna try it and see how it works.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess since the pandemic and all that, they stopped doing those.
Right. They had actually done it. I think they actually, when we were on the cruise ship, they'd actually just started doing it again on our ship. So yeah, they're back to doing it, but. Like I said, this is going to be, they're going to roll this out and see how it works, but be able to book it ahead of time.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know it's a big.
I never got to do it.
Big Ed's the one that got me and Lisa a ticket to do that. He insisted, he said, if you haven't done, right. you got to do this thing. So you've never had the chance to do one?
No. Like I said, we put our name on the list. It was booked. Me and Jay put our name on the list. We never did get called, which, I'd rather do it on a smaller ship, to be honest, because I hear it's a lot of walking.
It is, yeah.
But I definitely don't want to do it on the Jubilee in May, because it's a pretty good sized boat. But like I said, I'd rather do it on a smaller boat or ship. But have you been seeing what they're the panorama where they had the propulsion issues? Have you read anything about that? They had to cancel like six cruises.
No, I hadn't seen a thing about that. No.
And the Panorama was built in 2019, so it's a fairly new ship. But it does the Mexican Riviera for the most part, but it's on the West Coast. Well, they can't. There's very few places that they can take them to a dry dock on the West Coast. So they was going to take it up here to Astoria, Oregon. Well, they can't get under the bridge up there because of the funnel. So then they had to take it up to British Columbia to take the funnel off, and then take it back down to Oregon. And I guess I forget. I think they said 90-some miles up the river to where they got the dry dock for it. So I think all the cruises are canceled up till the 23rd of December, and like I said, had to take it all the way to British Columbia just to take the funnel off. It's kind of a mess, and of course, people have their cruises planned years in advance, and but I mean, there's nothing they can do about it. I mean, Carnival's done the best they could to accommodate everybody with it, but they don't know if they'll get it fixed and back down to Long Beach for the December 23rd sailing or not.
Mm-hmm.
But which I mean, we've seen over the years, the ship has problems, and they've got to do what they got to do. I mean, you don't want to get out there in the middle of the water and not be able to go anywhere.
That can create some issues. Yeah, which one was that got stuck out there? And I mean, the cabins got so hot, people were sleeping out under the stars.
They took and changed the name of that. I think it was the Sunshine, or they changed the name. I think it's the Legend now.
Okay.
But, the Splendor, that's the one that caught on fire. That's the one I went on to Alaska. But it's the one that caught on fire and had all the messes down there in the Riviera.
Yeah.
They had to tow it back to Long Beach. But like I said, I'm pretty sure that was the Sunshine, and I think they renamed it to the Legend. Now it was a Spirit class ship. But anyway, that's all I was just going to put that out there about the deal with the Horizon. Guess they're fixing to set sail on the Jubilee and bring it back over here pretty quick, get it started. The new ship.
Mm-hmm.
But following that, the cruise director and everything, actually got a tour of what the cruise director's cabin looked like.
Really? That's pretty cool.
The cruise, yeah.
I gotta get my news break here, but we'll return after this.
USA News Update. President Biden says he's talking with leaders in the Middle East in an effort to extend a 4-day ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. Biden said the goal is to allow the release of more hostages. Speaking to reporters in Nantucket, Massachusetts, The president expressed relief over Sunday's release of 40-year-old Israeli-American Abigail Edan and other hostages. More humanitarian aid is being delivered to people struggling in war-torn Gaza. Palestinian Red Crescent Society says it received 187 trucks from the Egyptian Red Crescent Saturday. A convoy, they said, was loaded with much-needed food, water, medicine, and emergency medical supplies. Tomorrow is Cyber Monday. The FBI warns online shoppers to be aware of scammers, which they say can range from untrustworthy or fake websites to fake emails offering great deals. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And back at it here, round and third. headed toward home. Haven't heard from our friend Rick in Columbus this morning. I know he was a bit disappointed in his Buckeyes. Unable to pull it off, but all right, Scotty, welcome back.
The Buckeyes. I swear. There were some close games, though. But, I was really hoping Alabama would fall. Really was hoping, Ohio would beat Michigan, but, my Mississippi State Bulldogs got beat in the Egg Bowl, so,
did you see?
I didn't watch any of it.
Did you see the end of that Alabama game, though? That last play where he stood in there. Nobody tried to get to the quarterback. They gave him like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
That was unreal.
Yeah. I seen the replays. Like I said, I didn't watch the game, but I didn't watch any football. I followed the scores. That was about it.
Yeah.
We got pretty good little snowstorm there too.
I was going to ask. I know Big Ed. I forgot to ask him. I know Oklahoma got some snow. You got some snow there in Kansas?
Yeah, Ed said they got about an inch where he was at, but we got 8 inches.
Wow,
in Wichita.
Really?
And closed the airport down. Yeah. They started off as sleet, so we had pretty little bit of sleet on the road, and then it turned to snow, and it all come pretty hard and fast.
Mm-hmm.
I think they said they'd close the airport down about 6 o'clock that evening, and it started. I think it started sleeting about 9 o'clock in the morning. But then, like I said, when the snow came, it came. Then it got warm enough today. The roads were all good. But it was turning to black ice. Freezing back over when I went to leave work.
Mm-hmm.
At least head down here. But because almost all the highways, the interstates there in Wichita are elevated, so it's probably going to be a little bit of a mess tonight and in the morning, because it's supposed to get down to 15 in Wichita tonight.
Wow. I know we're supposed to see some teens here the next couple of nights.
Yeah. Well, it's only 41 down here in just north of Houston right now. At least it's above freezing, but
right.
Yeah. But anyway, well, I guess that's about all I got. I was just going to check in, see how y'all are doing. Get down here to Houston, get my tank washed out, get loaded, and head back to the house.
Sounds like a plan. Hey, did they say anything about how much that behind-the-scenes tour was going to cost? Did they have any price on that yet, or no?
Seemed like it was between $100 and $150. I'm not sure if that's right or not.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm thinking that's what I know they raised it, and like I said, I'm not sure what y'all paid for it, but I'm thinking they said right around $150, and I may be a little high on that, but did I send you that story about the lady that got banned from Carnival for taking the CBD gummies?
You did, yes. I don't think I shared that. And those were the ones that said, it was not like there was really no THC per se in them, right? It was just a CBD.
Yeah, you can buy it everywhere. The CBD stuff. There's stores everywhere. But yeah, just make sure you don't take those with them, because she got kicked off the ship and banned from Carnival for life. And it was like I said, it was the CBD gummies that you buy, in the CBD stores. And I think they said there's less than 1% THC or something in them. But that's and it's on Carnival's banned list. I never realized that, but I know a lot of people take CBD creams and gummies and stuff like that, but which I don't do none of that because the dangers of it. But I would have never thought that. And it was a sealed package, and she had it on her in a carry-on. But yeah, that's so. Like I said, a little bit of a warning there. Don't anybody bring anything with CBD in it, because if they find it, you're done.
CBD, yeah, because that's, I mean, that's,
like I said,
even for a lot of truck drivers, truck drivers, a lot of them try to take the CBD that doesn't have the THC stuff, but sometimes there's enough to actually show up like in a drug test. And yeah, but Carnival, I think USA Today, he sent me this story about a week ago. Yeah, banned for life. 42-year-old Melinda Waldhusen stopped by security before boarding the Carnival Horizon for her cruise in August. She's a nurse practitioner and chiropractor, said she was initially flagged after an X-ray found metal nail clippers in her luggage. But security later detected a sealed pack of CBD gummies. Yeah, I was freaking out because I don't even have a parking ticket. I follow the rules, she said. Now, the traveler who had sailed with Carnival in the past said she was detained for hours and denied boarding. She later received a letter notifying her she has been banned from future cruises, banned for life. This decision was based on your actions on the current cruise, which were a violation of ship rules, they said. Interfere with the safety and or enjoyment of other guests on the ship or caused harm to Carnival. The letter was signed by the captain. She was also told she still had to pay her nearly $1,700 cruise fare for her two sons and her husband, who were set to sail with her, although the line later offered to refund her portion and the cost of the booked excursions. Now, she said she aims to secure a full refund and compensation and challenged the ban. We've put the cruise line on notice, giving them an opportunity to respond before we take further steps, she said. But they say Carnival does not allow CBD on its ships. While certain CBD products used for medicinal purposes may be legal in the U.S., they are not legal in all the ports we visit, they say, and therefore are also considered prohibited items. So it's cannabis oil. But the CBD does not cause the high that you would get from the THC content. Yeah, hemp is defined as any part of the cannabis plant with no more than 0.3% of THC. It's used, as Scott said, in lotions, food, other products. The Agriculture Improvement Act 2018 removed hemp from the Federal Controlled Substances Act, effectively legalizing CBD if it comes from hemp. But I guess the legal status of CBD products differ from one state to the next. It is 844-844-3388. The anonymous hippopotamus. Yes, sir?
Thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. So, anyways, I guess if your ship gets stranded out there in sea, maybe that A1 towing will come out there and put a boot on it there and tow it there to their impound lot. What do you think?
There you go.
Maybe. Anyway, that'd be one way to get back. But so that we looked into the excursion there to go behind the scenes of the ship, and we really didn't realize about it until we got on the ship. But I guess we would have been able back in 19 there when we did the Magic to actually set that up as the excursion ahead of time. And if I remember right then, it was like $100 at that point. But yeah, I think there was like one ticket left when we found out about it. So, since the two of us couldn't go, we decided to pass on it.
Yeah, and there's always a very, very limited number. They only do a couple of tours. Yep, so very, very limited.
So I forget what the total number was. I think it was probably 100 or less total tickets available for the whole time out at sea. So anyways, but I don't know. That's kind of what we got going. I heard Scotty talking about that there, so I thought I'd just say, that we did check into that. But anyways, well, we made it through the night. Now, is the Scarecrow, is he did he say something about he was training for trash can ballet on ice as the next Winter Olympic Games is going to be, game going to be added to in the Olympics there? Is that what he was doing out there?
That sounds something. We might could add that to the Winter Redneck Games.
Yeah, trash can ballet. So sounds kind of interesting there. So I don't know, but yeah. Other than that, we haven't seen any of that black ice stuff here yet, and we're still above. Even though the roads are wet out here, we're still above the freezing mark. We're only down to 37 so far. So we haven't got to the point of the real cold yet that you said was coming. But we'll have to see what you and the AccuWeather gods end up sending to us. But hey, one last quick thing. You were talking about that stuff coming from outer space and that, and we haven't heard much about it. Do we have any idea where the James Webb Telescope is at this point? Do we know if it's still flying around?
Yeah,
it's got them great big sheet.
I think I just saw yesterday some new photos. They've got one of the most extraordinary pictures of the universe ever taken. Yes.
Okay. And so how far away is that from Earth now? I mean, that's on a course to somewhere. That's just not gonna orbit Earth, right? That's on its way somewhere.
No, I think it's an orbit way up there, but I think it's pretty much a permanent orbit.
Okay. And any word on the Hubble telescope? Are they going to continue to have that in service out there, or? Because I thought there was some word about maybe bringing it back to Earth, crashing it back to Earth or something.
I hadn't heard anything about the Hubble as of late.
Yeah. Anyway, it's just questions I had there, and I was just thinking about it when you started mentioning all the space stuff there. So, anyways, we just thought we'd check in back real quick, and so we'll catch you a little later there then, and let's see if we can get maybe we can get an update there on about that trash can
ballet.
There's something more to the story. What do you
Sounds like a plan. All right. Just speaking of the James Webb, it's doing astronomical things. As recently as 2022, the most distant galaxy ever found and confirmed was a galaxy, they say, whose light came to us from just 400 million years after the Big Bang, depending on what you believe. Yeah, when the universe was just 3% of its current age. The James Webb continues to surpass Hubble's prior limits, allowing us to see earlier in cosmic history than ever before. With barely a year of operations under its belt, James Webb has already surpassed Hubble's prior records many times over. With this particular galaxy now only occupying 9th place on the list of most distant galaxies. They go into what James Webb has discovered in just the first year out there. And they do try to kind of explain, how do you know that this thing was 400 million, X years away? They try to explain all that, but it's way above my pay grade. That's all I know. It's 844-844-3388. Hey, happy Monday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration,
reasons.
The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, last week, FreightWaves had the report of a brokerage that has once again been found to be not liable for a fatal accident, kind of adding to the conflicting body of law that the legal industry hopes may eventually make its way to the Supreme Court. And to add a twist to the case involving a UPS subsidiary, Coyote Logistics, the load in question was double brokered. And Coyote didn't hire the carrier involved in that wreck in 2020. This was Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. Not only that, but the decision by the judge notes that Coyote didn't even know about the accident until 2 weeks after it had occurred. The specific action taken by the judge was to rule favorably on a request by Coyote for summary judgment to dismiss the plaintiff's charges against it in a case brought by the estates of two people that were killed in the accident. The lawsuit against other defendants, including the two carriers involved in the double brokering, will continue. So, yeah, this stuff it gets crazy out there. Let's see what's going on with, hey there, Knucklebuster, how was your Thanksgiving?
Oh, awesome, Mr. Steve Summers. I got in Thursday morning, and we didn't celebrate Thanksgiving till Saturday afternoon with the Alabama-Auburn football game. Old Tide Road. I'll go that far for it. I didn't say it out loud, did I? Damn. Rambler will be proud of them anyway. They won there.
Yeah.
I got to watch the thing.
Have you got your head set up like Scarecrow did earlier?
No, I left my Bluetooth at the house. Tennessee bought this thing I ain't got my half an ear that works. So she bought this thing that goes through the bone, and it helps me hear better. And I don't have anything in my ears, but it is not coming in good.
No, it could be better, but I mean, I guess you're audible. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, we're almost at quit time anyway. But anyway, I got to watch Arch Manning play for Texas. That was a good game there. And then I don't think old Joe Biden done too good. On that exchange thing there, they only had to exchange 24 prisoners, and we had to give up 39. So that wasn't a good deal, was it?
Right.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm going to get off of here since this thing ain't doing too well there. I'll try to call in tomorrow night while I'm parked, so maybe it won't be so damn noisy. Have a good day, Mr. Steve.
All right, glad you had a good Turkey Day weekend there with Tennessee. Hope you had plenty to eat, all that good stuff, right? All right, just prior to the Thanksgiving break, we did get word that the new Speaker of the House, who had promised to release all the January 6th footage, which is like 40,000 hours worth of stuff. And you can recall back in time initially under McCarthy, the former speaker, he had given that to a couple of players. Of course, Tucker Carlson was one who had just begun the process of revealing some of that footage, which definitely presented a distinctively different narrative than that of the January 6th committee. Now it's available for the entire world to see. And I don't know if you've had an opportunity to see. There's so many different views and angles where officials inside the Capitol are literally opening doors and directing people in. There's video of what would undoubtedly be undercover individuals, got their badges, flashing it when they get inside the Capitol. One of them actually, he flashed his badge. He was dressed as a protester, and then he showed his badge and gave a fist bump to the actual uniform officer in the Capitol. This is beginning to get some really startling revelations. And Representative Tim Burkett of Tennessee spoke out about this over the weekend. Now that the surveillance tapes have been released on the order of the House Speaker, that it shows a whole hell of a lot more has been hidden about what happened that day. In politics, we tend to hide a lot of things, and I think this just lets the American public know exactly what's going on. Adding that he had asked for the release of some tapes from the tunnel at the Capitol that day, but apparently they are under the oversight of a congressman on the January 6th committee. But he said this shows the American people something is being hidden here. First of all, I salute Speaker Johnson. He said he was going to release them, and dadgummit, he did. The tapes would also show there were possibly federal agents involved in the incidents that day. There was some violence in there. Some things got broke. Things got threatened. People got beat up. There were many peaceful people at the Capitol that day as well. And they have been covered up to keep the narrative that it was all violence. I've heard defense attorneys say that the reason they don't want it out there is because it takes away the case that they were not there peacefully. Meanwhile, everybody knows where the cameras are in the Capitol. So it's time to let the people see the videos. Then we'll make a decision after that. But these tapes also make you wonder what the hell the January 6th committee was doing rather than being orchestrated, I believe, by a former CBS executive who actually helped them orchestrate most of their television productions. And I think we need to get to the bottom of it and put this thing to rest eventually. But yes, a lot of things being seen by many people for the very first time with the release of all. And how long is it going to take to go through 40,000 hours worth of footage? Tedious progress. With that, thanks for joining us here on a Monday. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. Hopefully you can join us, and we'll do it all over again. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my trapped in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I